Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. Let me make sure that I hit live. I did. Good. I outdid myself. Yeah, welcome back. As you can tell, this is a professional channel. We were full of professionals. This is a brand new campaign that we are starting here. This is a campaign titled Thunder Ridge. It takes place in a homebrewed setting of mine called Caldera, which is a blending of fantasy and Western, kind of smashed up together. Very heavily inspired by a series of comic books that I found when I was developing this setting that is called The Sixth Gun. You should be able to find a link to check that out in the description. If you like this kind of setting, I highly, highly recommend checking out that comic book series. It is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, same message that I give at the beginning of all of my games, and that is if foul language and mature subject matter are things that are a problem for you, then this is not a game that you should watch. I don't know any of my content that would be safe for you to watch, but this one would not be it. So, if those things don't bother you, then come on in. The water's fine. Yeah. So this is going to be session 1 of this brand new tale that takes place in Caldera. Tonight's session is titled Birds of a Feather. That will probably make a lot more sense here in a little while. But before we get things going, I am going to pass things over to my players in just a moment so that they can introduce themselves, tell you what they might have going on, where you might be able to find them on the internet, etc., etc., and then we're going to get things started. But before I do pass things over, I did want to say that yesterday was Indigenous Peoples Day, so happy Indigenous Peoples Day. It is particularly apt with this setting and this campaign, and I just wanted to throw that out there. Fuck Christopher Columbus, by the way. So yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and get some intros done, and then let's play some D&D. We're gonna start with Chad, Nick.
Hello, internet. Hi. My name is Chad. As always, I am usually here over on Erasmus and also over on a little known channel known as MTD every Thursday, where we play Kids on Bikes there, which I've thoroughly loved every minute of that campaign. I'm very happy to be in this campaign, very happy to be with this group again, doing some wonderful and amazing things in Caldera. And then I'm also over on Roll Call RP. Usually every Saturday is when we try to play, but scheduling is going to be a little weird, especially because of holidays and stuff. But yeah, usually every Saturday we try to stream and play in our campaign setting of Aranor, and I'm very happy with what we got going on over there. So if you want to check us out on Twitch over there. Yep. Other than that, I hang out in the space known as the Ab Tab and all of the wonderful things, and on multiple channels here on YouTube. Yeah, I play a warlock. I'm going to be playing a warlock in this setting, and I'm very, very happy about it. It's gonna be super cool.
Yeah, dude, I'm super stoked that somebody played the warlock and took the patron that is specific for the Caldera. I'm really excited to
I'm
kind
gonna
of
make
weave
it
that in.
dark
So
as fuck. Not gonna
good.
lie. It's
Good. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Speaking of absolutely beautiful, next is Nathan.
Well, I wasn't expecting to follow that one, but I appreciate it. I'm Nathan, Dimension 119. That's where you can find me on pretty much any of the social media channels and on Twitch as well. If you can't find me just by Dimension 119, throw an underscore between Dimension and 119. There's one of the platforms floating around somewhere that some jerk has Dimension 119 on a deactivated account, and I can't get a hold of it yet. I'm going to keep trying, but eventually I'll get it. We do Adventures in Middle Earth every other Wednesday night. Tomorrow night is Adventures in Middle Earth night. I play over on Jarl of Goat's channel for Death of the Deities. It's our 5th edition homebrew campaign. We are on hiatus for that right now because we're within a few sessions of ending the campaign. And the final dungeon and final boss battles are being built and prepared so that we can have kind of an epic last few episodes. So I can't wait to get back on that. Playing through The Witcher 3 on my Twitch channel, usually on Tuesday nights. Every now and then we'll get a bonus stream in. Really enjoying that. Also trying to get as far as I can in that because we're fixing to say goodbye to The Witcher 3 for a little while because Alan Wake 2 is about to come out, and that's going to consume all of my time once I get a hold of that and start playing that. What else? We do Baldur's Gate with a couple different people on Friday nights and Sunday nights, and various other co-streams with various other people. Yeah. This Thursday, I'm actually going to be doing a co-stream with a fellow friend of mine that's taught me some Photoshop stuff, and we're going to be making some thumbnails. And anybody that's part of any of the discords I shared have seen my thumbnails and how crazy they can get. So that'll be interesting to actually do live, and see people's input of those.
Fantastic, dude. Looking forward to seeing everything that you do, man. I love stopping into your channels. You have a really great community that you've kind of built over on your Twitch channel and with Jarl and stuff. Yeah, it's always a lot of fun to interact with y'all. Your thumbnails are hilarious. I love how you put your face on, and again, your expressions are what sell it, honestly. So cool.
Yeah, cool. I got a whole list of stuff ranging from Starfield to what else I got? I got Starfield, I got Daisy, I got a human fall flat. I don't know how I'm gonna get a good human fall flat with those just like weird white physics base blobby characters, but I gotta put my face on there somewhere. I got Played Up. How am I gonna put a face on a Played Up? I don't know. We'll figure it out, and we're gonna figure it out live too, so that'll be fun.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Man, yeah, super stoked that you're joining this crew. We had a lot of fun playing Harbinger in the last campaign that we ran together. And whenever you had been talking about wanting to play Caldera, and then they settled on Caldera as the next thing that they wanted to play, I was like, well, would you be cool with bringing in, a fifth player? And they said, absolutely. I was like, well, I know this guy, and he's all right. So no, no, seriously, I'm really happy that that this has happened, and I'm excited to see what all of you do together. So
I appreciate it. I'm excited to play more Caldera. I made all of our Middle Earth crew jealous when I told them I was going to get in an actual Caldera campaign. They're a little cross with me right now because I get to play and they don't. Everyone's wanted to play again since the scattershot we played on the channel. So
that was fun. That was a good one.
Yeah. Also, I'm playing a fighter coyote named Dusty Reynolds, and I throw knives. That's my thing. So that'll be really interesting. It's not very effective for damage dealing, like as far as numbers go, but I think it'll be a good flavor option and a good role play option. So,
hell yeah, looking forward to that. Okay, next up, of course, looking forward to having him back on the channel as well. Todd, you're next.
Hi, I'm Todd. I am currently trying to figure out a background, but I am here. I am not really on the socials for other people, but happy to be here, happy to be playing this game. I am playing an Alkan Gunslinger, Elias Stalk, and yeah.
Awesome, man. Yeah. Super happy to have you back. Yeah, again, I misunderstood the character name, so I'll have to correct your character's part of the overlay before the next session. I'll have to put it on my mental things that I need to get done. But for now, at least, just know that it's Stock. Stock or Stack? Stack? Stock. So yeah, there you go. All right. Next up, we have Glenn.
Hey, everybody. I'm Glenn. You can find me on Trickle Down as Kahidi, one of Jeremy's previous sessions that we had. Had a great time with that. Otherwise, you might run across me as a player on like Start Playing. Big recommendation to them. That's how I found Jeremy to begin with. Or over at the Absolute Tabletop Facebook group, which another great thing to go check out. I don't do the other things. I'm not so sure this internet thing is going to pan out as a business. So we'll hold off a bit to see how that goes. But no, just not my thing, but always down to play a game. So if anybody's interested, always look us up that way or hit Jeremy up and say, hey, I want to play a game with those people. And we can do that. Otherwise, you'll see me on this series Tuesdays, basically as Saul Toomey, a Fennec Fox, based off of the Kobold background, or not background, I guess. What are they? Kobold races? What do they call them now? I think they moved away from race.
Species.
Species, thank you. The kobold species. But for flavor, we're running it as a fennec fox, and I'm gonna evocation wizard.
Excellent, man. I'm really, really stoked that somebody chose wizard in this setting too, because of the relationship that the Caldera has with arcane magic, and yeah, I'm excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I have an alternate character ready just in case.
That's probably a good idea for everybody. Yeah, character death is never the end. Doesn't have to be, at least. So, player death, well, hopefully we don't ever have to deal with that. But speaking of,
if I have to come back and haunt to stay in a Jeremy game, I'm gonna do it. Like, it's not gonna be the end for me that way either.
We'll save a corner of the overlay for your spirit. We'll give you like a sheet that you can move around or something that's got eye holes cut out in it.
In this setting, you might not want to do that.
True, very true. Speaking of a sheet with the eye holes cut out, last but certainly not least is Chad.
It is blurred out, but I have a ghost behind me.
Oh, perfect. See,
that's what they
exactly
call me.
What I was referencing.
That's what they call me. Anyways, I am a little upset it doesn't say other Chad up here, but
I'll have to fix that too.
Fix that. Yeah, you have to fix that one. Then we can, clarify which one we're talking about. Other Chad can be found here, on this channel, in some other series, other settings, other shenanigans, other shit. And you can also come to Absolute Tabletop, as it was mentioned so generously before. If you haven't checked it out on all the socials. You can find it like anywhere. But my favorite is on Facebook. That's where I found them originally and where I got into all this kind of stuff. And you could too, or you could even run your own. But that's where I got to meet some of these wackos and got to play some games and roll some dice with them. And here we are years later, still at it. So you could be so fortunate too. But let's get into some role play. I am playing Lazarus. He's lucky, they say, or well, maybe his luck has run out. We'll see. He is a jackrabbit, or as you might in D&D terms call like a Harrion or something like that. And he is an artificer type who likes to forge the armor, and his armor will be his weapon. Hopefully, we'll see. So I'll give it back to you, my friend.
All right, fantastic. Yeah, this is a very interesting grouping of characters. It was not the intention when we first started. However, I think it became the intention very soon after we started talking about characters. But everybody is playing.
That was my bad. I'm sorry.
No,
I saw.
You do not need to apologize.
And I ran with it, and then it forced people's hands.
But yes, this is
it just makes us a little curious about you. Other than that.
Speaking of that, you forgot to change the title to Furry Ridge.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's an oversight as well.
I'm gonna say some of the NPC artwork that I had to hunt down. I'm not sure that my browser history is ever gonna fully recover. So you're welcome, you sons of bitches.
I'm also curious.
You got to learn how to use incognito mode, man.
I guess so.
Yeah. In session 0, I thought you said this episode was going to be called Fluffin' and Stuffin'.
God, that's the After Dark special. Let's see. All right. Let's
the giggles out now, guys. Getting the gig. We're serious cowboys. Let's do this.
Oh my God.
Cue the dark monologue.
That will never last.
Here? On this channel? Serious? What? No, seriously. Let's play. Y'all ready?
Always.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. There's an old Dorathian story about Brother Rock envying Sister Cloud and Mother River from his vantage point at the top of the mountain. He was so jealous of how freely they moved across all of the beautiful country he could see. that he worked his way free from his perch and tumbled down to the forest floor far below. There, now surrounded by the tangled underbrush and the tall canopy of the trees, he would never again be able to enjoy the beautiful views he had so loved. Ambition can get you far in life, but out here in the Caldera, it can just as easily get you killed. Fools and the faint of heart are not suffered here. Only the tenacious and spirited remain above ground. This place and everything in it will test you repeatedly. It pushes you like it has some morbid curiosity about how much it's going to take to break you. And it will invent new and hateful methods of doing so. The town of Thunder Ridge had made its mark in the lumber trade about 2 decades back. It's a sleepy little place nestled in the Northridge Mountains with a population somewhere northward of 400 souls all told. The railroad would take you as far as Windy Peak, the city where logs are collected about 50 miles downriver. Like most isolated towns in the Caldera Territory, the townsfolk like strangers about as much as they like trouble, and both usually come roped together if you ask them. But hospitality is easy enough to come by if you can make yourself useful and mind your manners. As set in their ways as a lot of things are here in the Caldera, there's always the chance that somebody might light the fuse on the next big powder keg. And when things do change out here, they change as fast and violently as a thunderbolt. As the first snow of the year begins to fall, who do we see riding into Thunder Ridge? And why have you left your hideout deeper in the mountains to come to town today? This is the part where y'all talk. But not all at once. We're scared.
All right. Yeah, I think it fits. Riding on horseback, which seems very odd for this particular creature, this particular man. You see a rather gangly, Ichabod Crane looking Volturin. His wings are tucked back behind him and the horse, almost like the tails of a long suit coat or an undertaker's jacket, right? He is fashioned after a turkey vulture, so he has a large red skull and warble across the front of his face, and a wide brim hat hides most of his features. All of the edges of the hat have little, almost fishhook-like dangles that have bits of mice heads, snake heads, and like little vermin skulls that surround the head. And he's riding into town on horseback. And I don't know if his partner would be riding on horseback, but he would definitely be riding on horseback. And this imposing figure riding through this town. The horse is a pallid white with black hair. He is mostly black feathered, except for that blood red visage on the front with a almost white and black cracked beak. This is Virgil Toontalon. So he begins to ride in, and then I don't know. I know where we're going. I know how we're getting there, but I don't know who else is following. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, I'm riding alongside you. Elias Stock, Alkin, skinny trench coat, oversized hat, covering feathers, dusty and worn out. Same thing, just riding into town, not necessarily knowing why we're going at the moment.
Then I think behind behind the two in the lead, we would have a decent sized draft horse, like a painted draft mix, maybe a Belgian draft mix, as carrying most of the gear, but curled up almost like a pyramid of sheets or blankets in the center where the saddle would be. You can't really see because of the accoutrements all tied on and hooked onto the saddlebags, is just a pile of cloth with a pale pink nose on a furry muzzle sticking out of the center of it, basically keeping the sun off me and keeping everything down, is just furry little fennec fox muzzle sticking out. Virgil, do you keep an eye out for the nearest watering hole or saloon, place of ill repute? I'd like to maybe freshen up a bit before we do any business.
Can do so. I'll make sure we find something. Don't you worry.
Appreciate it.
I think riding next to Saul is Dusty, a salt and pepper coyote, but dressed mostly in black. Typical black hat. He's got black pants. He has a red, like a crimson red shirt on though. It's open way down, with just this plume of fur coming out the front. But that's pretty much the only color in his wardrobe other than the fur that pops out in different spots. Riding along, and across this coat and red shirt is an X of leather, just with daggers adorning the front of this X. And ever so often he'll reins in one hand, he'll look down and just make sure that everything's in place, knowing that they're going into a town. Make sure nothing's sliding out or falling out, and just being prepared. He's been with his group long enough to know that there's not always trouble, but there's always a chance of trouble.
Riding in along with y'all, you'd have a hairless hare, and he has what would look like legs, where his boots are in the stirrups. You could see in between his pieces of his metal, of his armor, his hodgepodge of armor for his leggings, that there's no flesh for what passes for legs, and there's just what would look like crude bars, like Olympic runner type legs they would have, but fashioned for a Harian. And he has two different looking gloves on. One would look almost feminine and elven, and then the other one would be very large and brutish looking. And he would be riding along, and in his big, large, brutish hand, he'd be holding a tome. And with mage hand, he'd be flipping the pages or writing and going along letting the horse kind of follow the group as he's kind of got his head down in his book. And you'll see that normally a rabbit would have two ears sticking out from underneath his hat or through holes in his hat. He only has one. And where everyone would normally have two eyes, he only has one. And his hands, we'll get to that at another time.
All right. As this incredibly motley crew rides through town, I don't know if this is the first time that all of you have been into Thunder Ridge together or not, but the local populace knows, just by looking at you, to give you a wide berth. People cross the street, people usher their children inside and close the door to whatever shop is nearest to them as you ride by. It seems as though Dusty might not be the only one that anticipates that trouble could be just around the corner with this group. Where is it that the five of you are headed currently? What is the purpose that has brought you here to Thunder Ridge, away from your hideout?
Well,
I believe one of us wanted to go to the watering hole first.
yes, I've been a while since we've been in town, and information is a valuable commodity to have in our situation. Perhaps
I know. I know that you're not trying to go to the watering hole for information.
Well,
it's never just information with you, so.
I never said it was just anything. I simply said that information is a fine reason for us to visit such establishments. That said, provisions might be procured while we're in town. Perhaps we should stay the night.
I myself would very much like a round of information as well.
Yes, perhaps we all should get a round or two of information.
Information is like what you got me all out here for.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Then, Virgil, perhaps you should lead the way.
You see Virgil turn his head to look at the three of you behind. And he looks over at Elias. And then he tips his hat to the three of you behind. Just up the way here. Don't you worry. We'll get inside and get information. Whatever y'all need. You could see, you could hear in his voice, he is haggard. He is just tired. From wherever we have been traveling from, he's exhausted. And he just wants to get away from people and genuinely, keep to himself for a bit.
All right. So you ride through town till you reach the saloon. There's really only one establishment that anybody bothers to stop at to drink here in Thunder Ridge, and that is the place known as the Queen's Block Saloon. The Queen's Block Saloon is a rather decent-sized building for the town of Thunder Ridge, but there's good reason for that, because most of the loggers who work in the camps that kind of surround the town spend the majority of their their dragons, what is called money in this setting. They spend the majority of their dragons here at this establishment. Between the drinks, the small kitchen that operates, as well as the billiards upstairs that can be had. There's plenty to spend your money on at the Queen's Block Saloon. So you ride up to the front of this place, and you hitch your horses to the post outside. We're there just within reach of a watering trough. And you make your way inside, pushing your way through the double swinging doors, to find that even though it's not quite the end of the day, that there's already plenty of loggers who have called it early, and are at least a few drinks in already. From behind the bar, the owner spots you, and he kind of leans forward and whispers to a couple of individuals who are kind of leaning against the bar, who very quickly scramble away to make room for all of you at the bar. And from where he is, he then looks up and calls out to you. You see a human man named Elias Armstrong. Kind of calls out. He's wearing clothes that would be more at home in a city like Partridge's Push, much closer to the east. You can tell at one time that these were probably expensive clothes. However, they are a little worn, a little threadbare. Definitely have been out this way for some time. Mr. Armstrong looks up at you and kind of runs his hands through his greasy hair, slicking it back a little, before he gives a somewhat of a practiced smile. Well, gentlemen, welcome to the Queen's Block. What can I get for you?
Thank you, bartender. We'll have a round of drinks to begin with. Perhaps just leave the bottle. Assume you have whiskey available.
Well, yes, of course we have some whiskey. We have Devil in the Rye, if that's your particular drink of choice.
Love a good rye, sir. Love a good rye. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and bring 2 bottles of rye over. Seems as though it's been a early day up in the hills for the loggers and whatnot. Is this the normal crowd?
Well, it may be a little crowded earlier than normal, but I'm not going to complain.
No, never. Well, perhaps we should just tuck ourselves out the corner, stay out of the way of the locals. We are looking to perhaps get a room for the evening. Not one, perhaps one for each of us. So I assume we'll just do 5 rooms.
You're interested in billiards, then?
Well, of course, any of the amenities you have to offer.
Well, all right then. Yes, of course. We'll situate a corner table for you. He kind of like looks up and kind of like makes eyes at somebody, who very quickly kind of goes over to a table and does the same thing that he just did at the bar, where he kind of like ushers some people to move along, to free up a table. He smiles and kind of looks down at your guns, before kind of looking back up at you. Yes, is there anything else I could do for you?
Well, I mean, not to be a bother, we'll need some time to just settle in. Perhaps with the 2 bottles and the drinks, well, obviously I feel so embarrassed that we inconvenience those gentlemen. Go ahead, please buy a round for them. I'm just going to go ahead and give 5 gold over and be like, and then as things settle down this evening, just stop by, have a chat.
He nods, very graciously kind of taking the gold from you and swiftly kind of tucking it away into his dirty apron. Well,
by all means, let me know if that runs out. Just, give a wave.
Well, I certainly will, sir. I appreciate your patronage. And I will stop by to say hello a little later, when you're not
Thanks.
busy, of course.
Yeah, we'll signal when you get a chance or something. We'll see you calm down. And then this tiny little dressed in what looks like dirty. It could be a bathrobe. It could be monk's robes. Doesn't really know. It's definitely got the dust on it. It's going to go over to the corner and just sort of like, again, curl up in the seat and sort of wrap everything around me because I'm only 2 foot tall. I don't really need to sit like a child on the chair. So I'll just sort of cross up and curl up in the corner and lean back, try to hide in the shadows a bit.
This is a much finer establishment than you normally take us to, Virgil.
Well, I figured it was only a matter of time till we should properly celebrate our engagement. You know, we've been together for some time now. And, I just want to raise a glass to you fellas. It's nice to have some loyal friends around.
To loyalty then, Virgil. To loyalty.
To loyalty.
Friendship.
We'll settle down. We go through everything this fast. We're going to have quite the evening.
Let's not have a repeat of that.
Yep. He kind of looks to the bartender real quick after they toast. He kind of, in fact, hold on one moment. Feel like at least a couple shots of something that'll really put hair on your chest, and make something special for us. Hey, barkeep. He taps with a talon on the table.
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
Hey, look, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not the most highbrow citizen in here, and you gave us some pretty highbrow whiskey. I appreciate that, I really do. But I know that a place like this has probably got some form of a moonshine, and if I'm any type of person, I'm believing you got some sort of a thing called Ghost Walker. Please tell me you got a bottle of that somewhere.
Well, I might just have a bottle of Ghost Walker. If you also might permit, I could also suggest Mountain Moonbeam, which has quite a kick to it.
Moonbeam? All right. Yeah.
Made right here on this very mountain, sir.
All right, then. Yeah. I'll get a bottle of that then. Thank you.
All right. And I'll check my stores to see if I've got any Ghost Walker.
Thank you. All right, fellas. He pours out a little round of shots. It's been some time since we've had an opportunity to just relax and celebrate. So I feel like it's a good enough moment. Let's just enjoy ourselves, eh? And he takes back a shot of the Moonbeam whiskey. Or, yeah, the moonshine.
How is it, Virgil? Compared to Ghost Wall.
You see him like tilt his head back fully because he's got that bird beak and it like
Crawl.
Oh. Yeah. That thing will put hair on a bear. Goddamn.
Yeah, highly recommend it. And I think Saul will sip on it, and then after getting the taste of it, will prestidigitation it over to like a cognac and kill the rest of it.
Dusty just downs his, just as soon as Virgil downs his, maybe at the same time, Dusty downs his as well.
Lucky sips on his with Mage Hand with the pinky out.
And I'm just slowly sipping it away.
You all enjoy these shots of Mountain Moonbeam, and you realize that there are quite a few individuals, women, men, and other gendered folk who are plying their trade to the patrons here in the Queen's Block Saloon. One of them in particular stands out. They are a variety of species, but one in particular, perhaps to Saul, stands out. And when I say stands out, I mean quite literally. She's easily over 6 feet tall and is a buffalo tar. She is, batting her long eyelashes from beneath this kind of tuft of dark fur on the top of her head, nestled between these horns, and she is making friends around the room. You can hear her absolutely raucous laughter at even the slightest. See what happens when you have one of these fancy buttons?
You about to restart the intro.
Begin again.
Damn, she got me feeling like I've been here before.
So yeah, she is. She has this raucous laughter that kind of shakes the timbers of this place at the even the slightest joke that someone might make.
Excellent. Yeah, it's definitely going to have Saul's eye as he looks around. And I think that for a while, Saul will just basically be captivated, follow around the room. Obviously, Saul knows the type of individual this is. Most likely churchgoer, probably the teacher, local teacher. But he's going to just sort of let things play out. I am very much interested and intrigued, but Saul is also very intrigued in. So the bartender was definitely on Saul's list to meet. Seeing that there are ladies of the line here and gentlemen of the line and individuals identifying as however individuals wish to identify as the line, just say line people. I'm looking to see if perhaps there is a patron of those individuals and who that might be.
Your guess is it's probably Elias Armstrong or Ellis Armstrong, the owner of the saloon itself.
Quite a busy man. Yeah, I think then I am really looking for that time when Ellis either passes off to other people to run for a while, or I might slink over to get his attention and basically, but only to quickly ask for the petite flower's name. The lovely, the petite thing with the horns, the Minotaur woman.
He kind of looks to see where you're pointing, and before you then describe her. He says, "Oh well, it's funny that you should call her a flower. Her name is Primrose, but she goes by Prim."
So proper. Well, not to be presumptuous, but if Miss Primrose would be free this evening, perhaps for light dinner discussion, I'd be happy to, obviously, treat her to a lovely evening.
Well, of course, sir. And because you have patroned the house so kindly so far, might I offer a 50% discount?
Oh, quite lovely. Yes, I'm not worried about that. I look forward to our future discussion this evening. I have some, well, let's just say I'd like to relax before I fully relax.
So, allow her to do her thing, ply her trade, do whatever. But perhaps let her know this evening, some point when she'd like to settle down and relax. The chair next to me is always open. We can have a light conversation while I observe the operation you have running here. I'm quite impressed, I must say.
That's very kind of you, sir. I will certainly send Prim in your direction to make proper introductions, and there will be a billiard room set up and ready for you whenever you are ready.
Oh, appreciate that. So, and then you would do me a kindness. It's been so long since I've been up this way. Most of the time, I find myself stuck closer to the station down at Windy Peak. Perhaps if you would do me a courtesy, should any, notable individuals pop in from town, perhaps your mayor or, any other prominent businessmen such as yourself, I would greatly appreciate a chance to make their acquaintance, through your introduction.
You can definitely see that he seems a little not bothered by this, but he definitely seems to be less cordial than he has been with business so far. But he nods, covers it well. Oh, of course, sir. I could introduce you to all the fine, upstanding citizens here in Thunder Ridge.
Oh, so most definitely. More importantly, though, I do wish to have our conversation in private.
Of course, sir.
Perhaps
yes.
before, so you might just point out individuals, and we have to know how to make any introductions tonight. I would greatly, I would hate to fumble such a wonderful opportunity as to making first impressions with people, and any guidance skilled individuals such as yourself could provide me in this manner would be so greatly appreciated. I do mean that.
He kind of studies you for a second. You can see he's kind of processing the deeper meaning to what you're saying. He runs his hand kind of against the temple and along the back of his head, again, kind of like sweeping back this kind of greasy, oily hair. He smiles. I think I know exactly what you mean, sir. And yes, I'm looking forward to our conversation.
Lovely. Well, I wish you greater your business. Please let us know if there's anything we can do to assist in anything that might come up this evening. And then I'll go back and relax in the chair. And I'm basically looking to see if he points anyone out or nods at anybody, just to study and try to take mental note of them.
All right. What are the rest of you doing while this is happening?
Actually, I think Virgil speaks to you, Soul, but he doesn't open his beak. He's looking at the man, and he has like his drinks in front of him. You see that he doesn't open his beak, but he looks at you just briefly, and then looks back to the man, and then you hear a voice enter your head. It's Virgil's voice. You seem awfully interested in that son bitch over there. Why is that?
Saul will message back. I have it also. Thank you very much. Well, Virgil, I've been forward with my intentions to come to Thunder Ridge. Not necessarily as forward as could be as to why. I have enjoyed very much the last few months of our time together, as well as the last year of Dusty and my travels. But I'm a creature that appreciates a certain level of comfort, especially in the winter. I feel like perhaps finding someplace quiet, not easily accessible, but still with opportunities abounding, might be beneficial to us to set up a little camp of sorts. To put it plainly, I tend to see where we can find a little permanent business in this town while we deal with more personal matters.
All right, then. Just don't do me a favor and don't go poking your nose. how'd I put this kindly without pissing you off? Don't go poking your nose so far up his keister that it turns brown, you son of a bitch.
Oh,
Okay.
no, not at all. But Virgil, I do have an interesting question. That shine,
Yeah.
would you say that's worth investment?
I would say so. I like it. It's good. It's worth it. I think so.
Excellent.
If
Oh,
you'd
but-
want to spend that money on it.
No, I'm always looking for capital ideas. Thank you, Virgil. By the way, let the boys know. Get out there, have fun. We run out, I'll refund it. Don't worry.
All right.
Keep an
And
eye
he-
out, though.
He gets up a little bit, and he'll look to the boys. Boys, just relax. Enjoy your time. We got some time to kill. Enjoy spending time here. Once we're done, we'll figure out what the next step is after that.
Virgil, when you say time to kill,
Yeah.
the room kind of grows quiet for like a second or two after you utter that word.
Oh, just
there's like
time
a-
to kill.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then like somebody kind of clears their throats and they go back to what they were doing.
He like looks over at the person who cleared their throat and messages into their head. I'm sorry. Did I say something out of pocket? Is there something that I said that was uncouth? Are you bothered by my visage?
This individual like looks around the room. Very quick, he kind of stands up and places their hands on their table, looks down at their drink, leaves the glass like half full, and very quickly makes their exit from the bar.
Peculiar.
Didn't need him anyways. Keep on carrying on.
Hey, I
I-
thought we were gonna get some information while we were here.
Plenty
Well,
of
Dusty
go.
takes a drink of the whiskey and he's like, I believe we are partaking at this very moment.
Well, lots of information out there to be had.
I was suckered into this again.
No, lads, please go. Partake. Enjoy. Fact is, I'm expecting company any moment.
I think Dusty's also, as Virgil's talking about relaxing and enjoying ourselves, Dusty's eyeballing the room looking for any games of chance, any kind of gambling or anything like that happening in the establishment.
Yeah, definitely. You see poker happening at probably a couple of different tables. What is that other game? Pharaoh? Pharaoh, I think it's called. Faro. It's kind of like a card game where you're playing against the house, almost like blackjack, kind of.
Don't buck the tiger. Only a fool.
So yeah, definitely some games of chance. Not all of them are being run by the house. It looks like some of them are, open table kind of situations.
I think Dusty would make his way to one of the poker games not being run by the house and see if there's an open seat.
If
yeah.
Are you doing that in the open?
Oh yeah, just like
Okay.
at some point when there's kind of a break in the conversation and no one's talking to Dusty, he'll probably announce it to you guys. Well, I think it's about time I tested my luck. And he's just eyeballing this table of people playing cards.
I want to message Dusty. I think you're probably used to it from our time together anyways. Just to be like, Dusty, go easy on him tonight. We're going to be in town for a few days.
You just hear Dusty like blow air out of his nostrils, and you know that's kind of his like I wish you hadn't said that kind of thing before he heads off to the table.
Perhaps just take one all the way out, but leave a little something for the other hand.
At the second message, Dusty reaches up and just scratches at the back of one of his ears real quick and shakes his head and then continues to the table.
I imagine like the seat that was just vacated by the individual that Virgil had messaged is probably like the one that Dusty's now finding and like making his chance at. It's after a couple of minutes, after you've kind of like settled in a little, you've gotten a couple of drinks back, that another individual walks in, and as they do so, the Ellis, the bartender, kind of loudly clears his throat in Saul's direction. And as the doors open and swing, you see a female elf come in, and she is wearing tin on her chest. She has her hand, which is gloved, kind of resting on the handle of the revolver at her hip. She walks in, and Ellis says, "Well, howdy there, Sheriff. How are you?" She kind of like doesn't respond at first. Her eyes kind of sweeping the room, taking each of you kind of in turn, before she then kind of like wanders over to the bar, still kind of watching most of you. Said, "Well, evening, Ellis. See that things here are getting an early start." And he kind of smiles. "Well, yes, I can't complain. Yeah, business is good." She kind of like leans against the bar on her elbow. He says, "Well, could I get you a whiskey?" And she says, "No." She kind of holds up her hand. "Well, here on business." She's kind of studying your group for a second. Her eyes settle mostly on you, Virgil. She kind of like wraps her fingers on the side of her revolver a few times. "Don't I know you?"
He looks to the woman. "Can't say as I know you, so I assume you don't know me."
She comes off of like her lean from the bar and strides across the room with purpose towards your table where you're sitting, Virgil. She finds an empty chair, grabs it, and twirls it around before she lowers herself into it. She leans forward. "No, you look so familiar to me. I swear I've seen you somewhere." She reaches up, she takes her hat off, and she places it on the table kind of right in front of her. Kind of scratches at her forehead.
"Is that right? Well, I'm sure you meet a whole bunch of vultures flying around out there. But it ain't with me. Sorry, ma'am."
What'd you say your name was again?
"I didn't say my name."
Well, I suppose I ought to officially ask you then. What is your name, stranger?
You see the tongue clicks on the back of the beak. The name's Virgil Tombteller, ma'am. If and I hadn't done anything wrong, I don't see why you're asking.
Well, that's actually Sheriff. She corrects you. I don't go by ma'am.
I'm sorry, Sheriff.
Now, you see, I tend to take notice whenever 5 men come into town look like they're looking for trouble. You aren't looking for trouble, are you?
Ain't no trouble happening here. Just a couple of fellers having a drink, enjoying our time.
Saul will speak up with a formal elvish greeting out to her from the corner and invite her in elvish to come chat, essentially. Perhaps we should talk.
We are talking.
Well, I mean, Virgil has let you know who he is, and you seem to be concerned that perhaps we're bringing trouble. Ma'am, far from it. No trouble wanted at all. We come to this town for relief and respite from such troubles. Enjoy a little drink, perhaps find a warm location to sleep for the evening or two, resupply ourselves, move on. We're looking to have a long and friendly relationship with this town.
Is that right?
Indeed. I must say, we're very impressed when we came in. The order, just a general feeling of warmth and friendliness. Quite a lovely place.
Kind of half smiles. You see, the reason I ask is y'all seem to be carrying a quite lot of iron for folks who aren't looking for trouble.
No, I'm not looking for trouble at all, but well, we tend to ply our trades as hired hands at the railroads and on the frontiers and exploration. It's not as friendly in those areas. Sometimes individuals must defend themselves. We apologize if we missed any rule. I saw no signage on the way in requiring us to check our iron, but as you see, I myself carry, well, only, let's pull out his little derringer, only the most simple of implementation. But thankfully, such individuals as Virgil and Dusty, they're able to hunt and obtain those required sustenance for us when we're on the train.
Well, you are certainly correct. There is no law against you carrying weapons in Thunder Ridge. You are perfectly legally within your right. However, if you choose to use those firearms, whether in self-defense or not, we'll have to have ourselves another conversation.
Absolutely, and I'm certain that nothing ever does happen, but if true things require assistance beyond what your capable hands can do, please feel free. Several of my friends have been deputized in the past.
Well, I'm sure then everything will be perfectly copacetic.
Indeed.
She picks up her hat, stands up, and kind of fixes it back on her head.
Apologies, ma'am, or Sheriff. I don't believe I caught your name. Should I ever find you off hours? Do you still wish to be called Sheriff?
I don't have off hours. You can find me and ask by name Sheriff Donastasia, if you're looking.
Donastasia. A pleasure, Sheriff. Should you need anything, please ask around for Saul.
Well, if I need you, I'll find you.
Thank you.
She kind of like gives all of you another look, kind of drilling into you with her eyes a little, before she then kind of like sets the brim of her hat and turns, and for the first time kind of turns her back on you and slowly walks out of the saloon.
Such a pleasant woman. Bartender, perhaps a round of beer for everyone to reset the mood.
Ellis kind of nods and catches your meaning, and then very quickly gets to work.
I think Virgil's sitting there in the bar, and I think that like Elias is sitting next to him. What the absolute Sam hell was that? Elias, do I give off a sort of aura that says, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and murder everybody? Do it.
From the other side of the room, you hear Dusty. That would be correct.
Yep.
Well, I think the best way to look at it, Virgil, is that you're such a intimidating, imposing figure that the average man just shies away.
He takes off the hat and lays it on the table. I suppose you're right. We just got here, and already I'm being eyeballed by the nearest sheriff. Makes me feel real uncomfortable.
Perhaps she has an affinity to strong men.
You see,
You do stink of death.
Yeah. Well, maybe it is time to go wash these feathers off, I guess. But he kind of looks in the direction of where the sheriff went. As long as we keep our beaks clean, I think we'll be all right. And he'll kind of move away from the table and go join Dusty, I think, in one of those games of chance, just to try to loosen his brain up right now, because he's all on edge now because he's been just accused on looks alone.
I do not see any books in this establishment. How are we supposed to get any information?
Well,
You're muted, Chad. All right.
perhaps you should sit back and learn to read people, Lucky. Here, I'm gonna wave over to Prim. You can sit back and watch for a while if you like, and then apply your own trade and practice. Oh, how lovely.
Yeah, maybe I should just see where we're staying.
Yes. Yes. Noble pursuit.
Primrose makes her way over to where you are, Saul.
Oh.
She sits down in a chair next to you. I heard that there was someone over here who was asking after my company. Would that be you, sweetheart?
No. Yes, indeed it would, my dear.
Well, aren't you just adorable?
Oh, I am a man who can appreciate strong and independent woman. Look forward to perhaps starting a long friendship.
Oh, really? She says, and she kind of like leans back and feigns like putting a hand across her chest.
Oh,
A
indeed,
long
my-
friendship, you say? Long friendships are my speciality.
Oh, well, I do love a woman who specializes. Please have a seat. Are you hungry? Is there any food we could fetch?
Oh,
We'd
I'm
love to-
always hungry, darling.
Oh, well, I must admit I'm not that familiar with this town, so eager to learn. Please.
Eager and long.
Oh, indeed. Indeed.
Well, my, fast friends indeed.
I find that common people like to find commonality and enjoy a nice, relaxing time together in common embrace, let's say.
You
Why don't
look
we,
so uncomfortable in that chair. You mind? She just like kind of bends down and scoops up like the entire pile of blankets that you are and like puts it in her lap.
Oh, this is quite lovely. Perhaps you can fill me in on some of the locals and I can learn to chat and socialize.
Oh, you also love gossip? Oh, honey, we are going to get along just fine.
Excellent. And then let her just go on and absorb all the information. From her, I'm very much interested in I'll be finding out more about all of the individuals who ply the same trade. I'm trying to figure out the hierarchy a little bit, where she's at on it, and if he is the madam of the house, what's going on, because very interested in her. Saul is very much into large, warm, fuzzy women that he can curl up in and feel safe and comfortable with. And so, yeah, I'm going to be best friends with Prim for a long time, knowing what the relationship is, but happy with it. But yeah, I definitely want to find out what they need and what could be improved for the business.
Okay. Yeah, she will talk as long as the day is. She will absolutely tell you pretty much anything she knows. She is, however, not discreet in any way whatsoever. So even whenever she lowers her voice, quote unquote, to talk about someone else, every table that's immediately around you hears every single word that she says.
Okay. Can insight wise though, Saul's very interested to know, like, her I guess her intellect and wisdom, right? Like, she's a talkative individual, she plies her trade. Is she somebody who's also, working to be learned? Is she somebody who's working towards the business? Is she, more just like, this is a party having whatever, which is not what they're going to have, or like this is a business and like to get the means to an end kind of a deal?
She seems to strike you as, well, actually, she would even just straight up tell you that this is a stepping stone for her. Like, this is a means to an end. She wants to move back east and live in the lap of luxury. Seems to be her ambition. So she yes move. She seems to enjoy what she's doing well enough. But you definitely think that out of the three, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, that charisma is definitely her highest stat.
But smart enough to know and work towards luxury, though. Got it.
Yeah. She's, you get the impression she's probably saving up with the intention of trying to get out of here at some point. And so it doesn't look like she's trying to like put down permanent roots here as far as the business of the Queen's Block Saloon goes.
Got it.
I'll do a roll if needed, but is she moldable?
You talking about like contortionist or
No, well, yes, I'll do that roll also. No, but more like, is she somebody that I think I can leverage and control? This sounds so bad. Leverage and control,
manipulate?
like, yeah, I want to be able to manipulate her, but I genuinely want to make sure this is true. Like, I genuinely want her to achieve her goal, right? But I guess I'm trying to get the feel of, like, if I explain to her discretion and really mold her to, like, hey, you can't, like, this is the shit you have to do to get out of here, right? But you're going to do it in a way that sets me up the way I want. Is that am I risking anything with that?
You can try an insight.
Yep. I will run insight. Let me get my insight. All right. What the fuck is my insight? All right, it's just a +3 though. Wisdom +3. Okay, that's not going to be very good. That is an 8. I think she can handle anything.
I mean, yeah, potentially.
She is also just a smoke show.
True.
So, god damn. Like,
I
feel
you
like
are sitting under her shade as you are currently. You are somewhat enamored with her charisma.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's difficult to tell how manipulatable. Wow, that's a difficult word for my mouth to say. That she might be. You get the impression that she might be a bit of a manipulator herself, which, given her profession, is probably not entirely surprising.
Sure, she's the local teacher. We will figure that out. Yeah. Awesome. I think I'm getting what I need out of everything. Saul I do want to. The only thing I'm going to wait for is when, like, they're closing up. I'm assuming we can rent rooms here, or is it rooms by the hour?
That was what I think.
You can rent rooms here, but they are considerably more expensive than they would be at a hotel. Which, there is a hotel in town.
What's adjacent to this?
That's a great question. Somebody else want to answer that? What else? What other building would be right next to this?
Right next to the saloon?
Mm-hmm.
I do think either
the bank. Yeah. That makes sense.
That was my first thought.
It's like the ATM outside of the strip club.
Yep.
Sees a lot of action.
Or
night teller at the bank is just like, there you go. So
All
has
right.
a window in the bar.
Another loan.
All right, Gerald,
Okay.
another 100. Here you go. Take it.
It's actually a great business for the bank, because then the saloon just passes money straight back there too. You're super safe. You're not going to get robbed.
That's laundering laundering 101. They're like,
Yeah,
flushing the money real quick. I think that at this point, I think Virgil would have moved over to one of the gaming tables with Dusty.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the two of them. He's just on edge now, as his feathers are ruffled. He's a little bit pissed off, and he'd like to calm down with a little game of chance. Now, hopefully, he does well at this. Otherwise, he might pop off a little bit. But we'll see.
All right. Well, let's find out how Dusty and Virgil do. Let's roll. Okay. So I guess fair question. Are either of you intending on cheating while you're playing, or are you going to play it straight?
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So, I mean, might as well.
Dusty, same question.
I guess we are.
Okay.
I think I don't know if Virgil smokes, but I think that to give Virgil the signal that Dusty's being a little heavy-handed. He's gonna pull out this shiny silver like cigarette book and open it up and offer you a smoke.
Oh, heck yeah, dude. Here's the thing. He doesn't get this rasp just from his gizzard. It's like from like I smoke a stogie in between this, in between this beak and so he'll take it and he'll slide it just at the very bottom corner of the beak.
So Dusty offers you a cigarette. You take it. He lights it for you, and he puts the silver container back in a pocket, and then he reaches in the other pocket and he pulls out just a big, just monster cigar, and pops it in his mouth.
I knew I liked you there, Dusty. Good man.
All right.
And then he takes a big whiff. Like, he's not smelling like the people at the table, but he takes this big coyote whiff. I think we smell lucky tonight, if I do say so myself.
Okay. So, what I would like from either of you, or from both of you rather, is either a sleight of hand, or what else would be a poker? Insight, probably. Your choice.
You might be proficient in cards or some kind of.
Oh, true. Yeah. If you have proficiency in,
I do have proficiency in playing cards.
Well, then okay, you can add your proficiency into it, even if you aren't proficient in either of those skills. Then.
Alrighty. So I will add proficiency to it, and then I will do sleight of hand because that's the one I have a better option in it.
Great
So
call,
I'm
by
not
the way,
trying to
Chad.
lie or...
Other Chad, have a point of inspiration, please.
Yeah, so we'll do this, and I'll roll that, see what I get. Ooh, baby! All right, that's a good one. So that's a 16 on the die, plus 2, that'll get me to 18, and then plus 2 more for my proficiency, that'll get me to 20. Ooh, way hot now.
I also rolled sleight of hand. I got a 21 total.
That's a blackjack right there.
All right, so a dirty 20 and a 21. Okay, so both of you make out decently well. Not only do you run the circle on this table of the other players, but you manage to pass off the wins to the other of your party often enough to kind of shift suspicion around, and both of you make out pretty well by the end of your gaming session. So each one of you is going to end up walking away from the table with 63 dragons. So that's 63 gold pieces.
Heck yeah. I'll take that extra.
By about that time, most of the other players have lost interest in continuing to play with you.
They start getting pissed off.
They definitely seem to be angry, about their lack or their streak of bad luck. And they will get up and storm away from the table in various fashions. Actually, hold on. Okay. One of them, who apparently had been drinking a little bit even before you came in, was eyeing Dusty with quite a bit of suspicion towards the last couple of hands. He leans forward and he says, "You know, I think you might be cheating, fella."
Now, what would make you say such a thing like that?
I ain't never seen nobody with as much luck at this game as you. That's all I'm saying.
Now, I ain't the only one been winning. If I was cheating, I'd make sure I was winning every time. Not to mention the fact that you did see me smell the luck at the table. Wouldn't be sitting here if I didn't think it was a lucky night for me.
He kind of narrows his eyes at you. He kind of like leans down towards like the pot in the middle of the table. I don't smell shit.
That's the point. If you don't smell shit, then it must be a lucky table.
Then why ain't I winning? It's supposed to be a lucky table if I don't smell shit. Because I don't smell shit. There ain't no lucky table for me. I'm out of money. I already spent my week's wages. Lost it all to you. And your friend. He kind of like then turns his gaze towards Virgil.
Dusty takes his cigar out of his mouth, looks at his hand, and puts his cigar out in the palm of his hand, and just one of the pads. Are you accusing my companion of cheating as well?
He kind of opens his mouth as if to retort, and he sees you doing this, and in his drunken stupor, processes this information a little slow, and catches himself. And kind of straightens himself up. No, I must be mistaken.
Right. Perhaps once you've sobered up a bit, we could play again, and maybe luck will be on your side next time, friend.
Now I smell shit, he says as he pushes his chair back up from the table, stands up. Evening.
Evening. Dusty will turn to Virgil. That's a real shame. He seemed like just the nicest of fellas.
Salt of the earth there, boy. Shame we got to take it all from him, right?
Dusty just chuckles.
As he passes by, and makes his way kind of somewhat stumbling towards the door, Dusty and Virgil, both of you roll perception for me, please.
Yes, sir.
It is based on hearing, if that matters. I know for Dusty, I don't know if you have like a perception bonus or not.
Perception. Okay. Whoop. That'll be a 16 for me.
Okay.
That's an 8 for Dusty.
Okay.
I think Dusty, he's paying more attention to this guy.
Yeah.
Wandering out just to make sure that, just to make sure he doesn't change his mind before he gets out the door.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, your attention's kind of fixed on this individual, making sure he's not going to try to stir the pot. However, Virgil, your ears catch a conversation that is happening at another one of the gaming tables, kind of directly next to you, between two of the individuals. The first individual, while they're playing cards, just kind of casually talking, he says, "Yeah, I don't think that stagecoach that was supposed to be coming in from Harpy Hollow arrived like it was supposed to today." And the other individual, a woman, she says, a dwarven woman, she says, No, it was apparently somebody tried to jump it outside of Fabled Fork. They say it was the menagerie, and it almost put a stop to it. But Fabled Fork, they ended up teleporting a couple more gun hands in to help bring it in. Supposedly, they're saying it should be here around midnight or so.
Upon hearing that, Dusty, you see that Virgil pushes back from the table. And then he messages you in your head. Well, knew it was only a matter of time till I'd see them again. boys, Dusty, looks like some of my old friends arriving closer to town than I thought.
Now, are these the pleasant friends, or are
Nope.
these
These are the former friends
right?
that left old Elias and I high and dry. I mean, if that's what it is. Just
Well, now it sounds like this game isn't going to be the only fun we have in the near future.
Yep. Well, let's just see if it gets here tonight, I suppose. And he'll get up from the table and he'll save him a spot, but I'll be back. And he'll saunter over toward Elias. Elias! And he kind of looks at him. Boy,
Oh, Virgil.
it's the menagerie. I heard about it. Apparently they're near town.
Really?
They hit a stagecoach up near Harpy Hollow.
Did they get it?
It didn't go so well, but I mean, if they're that close, it might be you know who. And if it is, I think you and I deserve to meet him eye to eye.
I think that's not a bad idea.
Yep. We did just tell the sheriff we was gonna be good people, upstanding citizens. Well, I understand that.
Some volunteer work we might need to be doing.
Yeah, some good volunteer work. That's what we're gonna do. And then Jeremy, just for my mental note, you said Fabled Fork. How far is Fabled Fork from where we are currently?
Great question. Hold, please, while I get the map up.
I just spatially I can't place that in my head. I know where Harpy Hollow is, but like how that gets to where we are and what we're doing, yeah.
Okay, so up near the top of the map on the left-hand side, you can see Windy Peak. Right there. If you travel east and a little north, about 100 miles or so, so a black and a white square from the meter in the upper right-hand corner, there's like a little bend in a trail, it looks like. More or less, that is about where Thunder Ridge is at. So it's about 100 miles east with a little bit of north from Windy Peak. Fabled Fork is just to the southeast of Windy Peak, and Harpy Hollow is quite a bit further southeast of there. That all makes sense. Oh. Wrong button again. There we go.
All right, so more or less they hit Fabled Fork, which isn't too far away from where we are.
Yeah, according to what the rumor was, is the stagecoach was out of Harpy Hollow, which again is kind of like the nearest big city, and it was apparently bound for Thunder Ridge, and then the menagerie hit it somewhere around Fabled Fork.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, if they're still close by, maybe we go down there and take a look. We should rest up first.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're going to go ahead and take our break now. We're going to take a 10-minute bio break, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. and then we will come back and finish up the second half of session 1 of Thunder Ridge, titled Birds of a Feather. So sit tight, and we will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our break. We are here with session 1. That's right, a brand new story here on the Erasmus Expeditions. This one is titled Thunder Ridge. If you are just joining us, then surprise! This is a fantasy western that takes place in a homebrewed world of mine called Caldera. So yeah, we are in the town of Thunder Ridge. We have just kind of introduced ourselves, our heroes, question mark, to some of the local denizens of the town here. And we are about to see how things are going to develop from here. I absolutely love this setting. I know I said this after the session 0, I think, but this was the very first thing that I ran here on this YouTube channel. It ended up turning from a one-shot for a charity stream into a 15-session campaign. And it's very near and dear to my heart. And I've only had the chance to run one-shots in it since then. So I'm very, very, very excited to finally be diving back in for a kind of a longer stint this time around. So, and this is a great group of people to do it with. So I'm excited to get back to it. Are you ready?
Yeah, this is what, like 29 shot for us. So that'll be like a 2-year, 3-year campaign.
I'm going to pitch it at a hard like 6. So probably 30? No. Yeah, we'll have to see.
Please. Yes, please.
Well, we're not going to hold past track records into account with this. We'll have to see how it plays out. Okay, so we are here at in the logging town, kind of high in the Northridge Mountains, kind of on the northern border of what forms the Caldera itself. There's a lot of logging that happens here. It's the timber trade that kind of drives the heart of this town. There's actually a decent amount of elves and half-elves and Dorathians, and actually even animal folk. I don't know what the anthropomorphic peoples of various different kinds that are seen in and out of the town. So while the group of you all running together might be a little unusual in a lot of places throughout the Caldera, it's not quite as novel here in Thunder Ridge. So we rejoin the 5 of you in the Queen's Block Tavern. 2 of you are seated at a poker table where you have basically just cleaned up, run out of anybody who's willing to kind of continue to play against you. And at least one other of you has found companionship in a Buffalo Tar woman by the name of Primrose. She, as long as Saul is still happy to do so, still nestled in her lap.
Quite at home.
Again, Prim is a talkative woman, and she is joyful, a little loud, perhaps, and is more than happy to talk about the things that are going on in and around Thunder Ridge.
Yes, I think I'm definitely interested in the hotel. What's going on with the hotel in Thunder Ridge right now? The sheriff, anything she knows about that, and then anything she knows about where the Mountain Moonbeam comes from.
Okay, yeah. She says, "Oh, the sheriff? Well, Cheryl can be a little rough, if you don't mind me saying. She's friendly enough if you get to know her, don't mind, dancing around her when she gets prickly, but she does have an edge to her, and I imagine that you probably might have pushed her buttons a bit."
Never meant to any offense at all. She a fair woman?
Well, I suppose so. If you break any laws, she's pretty fast to throw you in jail. But as long as you mind your P's and your Q's, she seems to be pretty fair, I'd say.
Seems to care quite a lot about the town.
Well, and she takes her position very seriously. That's for sure. Truthfully, I think she could use to pull the tree out of her ass.
Probably be more comfortable, I assume. But she kin in these parts? Was she deposited here?
I couldn't say. She's been here since before I got here.
Lovely. Thank you. And although I do look forward to our company later on this evening, getting to curl up in a nice warm bed versus out on the trail,
should I wish to stay longer, what long-term arrangements are available here?
Long-term arrangements. Well,
Well,
there's the
not for
hotel.
you, my dear. Of course, we'll talk about that later. Yeah.
You're a funny cowpoke. You don't mind if I call you a cowpoke, do you?
You can call me whatever you want, because I do indeed hope to ply that trade sometime in my future.
Well, after tonight, maybe I'll call you a cowpoke from then on.
Oh, we shall see. Devilish woman. I do love it.
Well-
Yes, tell me about the hotel.
Long-term stays. Yeah, you could stay at the hotel. I suppose. It's called the Red Rock. It's a comfortable place. Stayed there for a few nights before whenever I first got to town. Rates aren't too bad, but you got to watch out for the owner. He has a silver tongue, but sticky hands.
Thank you. I'll keep a close eye on my purse. The last thing, I guess, you seem so knowledgeable of town. I appreciate it so much. The lovely drink we had earlier this evening. It was something for a moonbeam, something.
Yes,
something.
Mountain Moonbeam.
That's the one.
It is surprisingly good for being local, Swill.
Potent too, must say. Lovely
Yeah, it'll
balance.
strip the paint off the side of a house.
Well, I happen to know who's the individual making such a sweet concoction.
No, I don't. It's apparently a pretty closely guarded secret.
I could see why. It's kind of
Supposed to be somewhere local, right outside of town, further up the mountain somewhere.
I'll have to keep an eye out and see if I can share secrets with such a wonderful proprietor of the trade. And if it's getting later, I think he would just keep talking to her until it gets later, and then when the evening starts to close out, assuming nothing crazy happens in between, I would ask her to go up and make the room and maybe a bath ready, and wait to signal the bartender over. But that's at the end of the night.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah, at some point, when you're talking about the Mountain Moonbeam, she will also kind of ramble on a little bit, and she will start talking about the fact that there's been a new claim that has been discovered that's also not all that far outside of town. The more she describes it, the more it sounds like it's probably not very far from where your hideout is. She says, yeah, some loggers discovered it the other day. And apparently it might be something. Yeah, supposedly there was some kind of stagecoach supposed to be coming in earlier today, although I didn't see one. She kind of looks towards the window. Supposedly Wellington Rails is sending their man out here to assess it and see if maybe it's worth, making an offer.
Oh, well, that's quite exciting news for a town like this.
Could be.
So,
It could be.
yes, why don't we make the room ready and retire for the evening? I'll be up later, darling.
You bet. No, maybe you should grab another bottle of that Mountain Moonbeam.
Oh, certainly. Bring provisions aplenty.
Oh, I like to eat.
Mhm.
She gets up and kind of picks you up and sets you down back into the chair where you were before. All right, well, I'll make the room ready.
Oh, pleasure.
She bends over, giving you an ample view of her bounty as she collects her belongings and then smiles at you, again, bats her long eyelashes, and then turns and glides away, as much as, a 6-foot-tall buffalo tar can glide.
Clomping away. Yeah. absolute flower. Uh, hmm. Dusty, you can get a moment. Fact is, boys, if you're available, well, might we chat a bit?
I was going to say the same thing.
Well, Virgil, let's round up the boys and give me a second, bartender. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Is that a rude way to treat somebody? I should say Elias, if I can call you Elias.
Ellis, yes, sir.
Ellis.
Right here.
Excuse me. I spent a lot of my time, Ellis, back at Edgestone, and I picked up a bit of an accent there. I'm so sorry, Ellis.
What he means is he's been quite distracted for the last few minutes, and he's trying to get his mind back on business of another sort.
I understand how that can be. Prim is quite the doozy.
Captivating woman. Is there perhaps, I hate to impose, is there perhaps a room somewhere we could, my friends and I could speak in confidence?
Well, of course, sir. Yes, we have a private room for rent if you would like.
Certainly.
How much?
Well, it's for the low discretionary price of 10 gold pieces. For the evening, of course.
I look to Soul to like gauge whether or not that is actually a decent price or if like that is highway robbery.
Seems steep to Soul, I would assume.
Okay.
It's definitely high.
Yes. What I'm sure it's quite a lovely room. What amenities does it provide?
Well, you're welcome to, of course, enjoy the comfortable furniture, as well as the discretion of the house. And if you like, I could bring you a cask of dwarven mead, perhaps.
Well, that seems fair enough then. I think for this, I'll go ahead and do it. I think my plans have shifted slightly. I think that may not be a unique thing. So yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Also, and oops, I did the wrong thing. Let me go ahead and not add that gold. Man, I love these kind of deals. I make out every time. Okay, still doing all right. Yeah, we'll take that and the meat. And does this room happen to have a back door or a way up to the rooms?
Well, of course,
have
sir.
to go through. Yeah, absolutely, love it. You may not see us directly for the remainder of the evening. If you could, I still want to have that chat. If you could pop by when things settle down a bit.
Very well, sir. If you would, just pop your head out of the door, and I'll be along shortly after.
Appreciate it. And then yeah, we'll go back there waiting for the mead. Bring us the mead and have a few beers with the boys. Virgil, Ellis. Well, I must say, my mountain flower is quite informative. Bit of a gossip. Discretion will have to be learned, but very, very, very informative. Seems, well, along with some of the local business, it seems some personal business might be finding its way closer to town than I would like. Appears as though the loggers in town stumbled across something, well, that the railroad would consider of value. They got a man coming to check the claim. So, well, put it bluntly, it's a trade I'm quite familiar with. But go ahead. Go on, Virgil.
Virgil looks to Soul. And he says, Solomon, you're a very fine businessman. And I think that what I overheard in the bar matches what you overheard from Prim. But I think the idea is if we want to get in on it, we best get in on it now. Because if what I heard is right, shit. My old boys may have hit, or at least tried to hit, that stagecoach. They weren't successful, but that also means that if they weren't successful, that they may have mounted even more hands to it.
Well, he would have been in on the stage. So seems as whatever was on the stage was able to defend off your old boys. I don't know where that puts us in the same situation.
Well, that is rather disturbing, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
But he kind of like, you see that he kind of like flares his wingspan out, and it's not full. It's not full. It's not good. You can see like bits and parts of his wings are still healing. They're still broken in places. But he like kind of wraps his wing around the entirety of the group. His wingspan is actually massive. And he like, I think this is an absolute perfect time. For one, if we can do this, that'll get the menagerie's attention. And if I want to do something, I'm damn well going to do it. Okay?
Well, no. Well, we cannot stem the tide that is what Virgil's mind is set upon. But Virgil, I do want to know, what is this thing you think we wish to do?
Well, they said the stagecoach is going to offer a claim, right?
Yes.
Which means if they're offering a claim, there's got to be a hell of a lot of dragons on that. And if the menagerie couldn't hit it, but we can. Can you imagine what kind of middle finger that would be? I say we try.
Are you suggesting that we take the railroad's money?
I'm suggesting we set an example. I'm suggesting that this is an opportunity for us to draw out those who've wronged us. And like he looks specifically to from Elias and him. And I don't know how they may have wronged y'all. They may have. But if they have, then I say that we find that bird and we pluck his feathers right out.
Dusty looks to Saul. You did mention Wellington rails, correct?
Yes, it seems that our former employer is interested in the claim.
Dusty pulls out one of his knives, not from his bandolier, one of his knives off of his side. It's a very, very intricately carved bone handle on this knife. It's actually a coyote on all fours howling up at the moon on this handle here. And he takes it out, he looks it up and down, checks the edge of the blade, and then he kind of tosses it up and then catches it by the handle. You can count me in if we're affecting the railroad in a negative way.
Figured you might see that way. We're lucky.
Well, you say, problem I have sounds personal more than it's about the dragons.
I will say that I will take great pleasure in gaining compensation from my previous employer. I do feel as though turning their assessor away from such a dangerous career, a calling I would have at this point almost, I would say. But not personal. I don't know these people.
Just don't want any of it. I wanted attention.
Well, I can appreciate that.
I really haven't gotten any information yet either.
Oh, so sorry to see that. Like Penelope was just a fountain of information. For example, the claim, it appears, was just a stone's throw from where we are currently. Well, not currently, excuse me for the assumption, where we have our more remote location encampment. Basically, it's right where we're fucking living. And I would prefer if the option were to arise to make claim on such a location, it would come from us. Being that we care about the environment in the town.
The railroad there, that situation seems uneconomical. I'm behind.
Oh, appreciate it. Elias, I'm assuming that from the conversations with Virgil, you're on board.
I think any time that we can pull one over on the railroad, make a statement to the menagerie, and maybe get ourselves a little bit of a claim, not a bad day.
It's amazing how his foliage just, or like his feathers just blend in.
It's a seat cushion.
Insane.
It's a seat cushion.
It is. I think it matches. It's impeccable. When his eyes are closed, you can't see a damn. Oh shit! There he is. God damn! It's like he blinks, and you like, boom! There he is. But then his eyes go closed, and it's gone. It's crazy. It's amazing.
See him turn his head around.
So the last bit of information that's a little more unsettling, especially considering what I wanted to be doing this evening, is that they're now expecting the stage around midnight. So if we're going to catch it outside of town, and I believe we probably should, sheriff seems nice. I've heard she's fair. Be nice to have law on our side in town.
I don't disagree. So that means we got to keep them prying eyes of hers off of us.
Yeah. Well, I believe we sprinkle a little bit of a few dragons around. We could get the ladies to cover for us for the evening, the fellas, or the non-disclosure groups of individuals, whatever your preferences are. Eager to try out the establishment's offerings.
Sounds fair.
We sneak up, have the girls put on a good show from the room. just a few travelers in, more money than brains, and come back sometime tomorrow.
Virgil nods and then looks to Lucky. Lucky, I hadn't really asked you much. What are you in this for? I mean, I appreciate you coming along, being a part of our new family. Feels good to have you with us. But I do wonder, why'd you choose us? What's in it for you?
So far, safety has been provided. And, some good places to eat. But, it's more of what's behind me than what's in front of me.
All right, then. That's fair. Well, you want to purge your ghosts? I want to purge them. So, I think that all of us got some ghosts to go kill tonight. So might as well purge them now.
Saul's gonna definitely I want to do an insight check on Virgil.
That's fine. Yeah.
That just try to figure out.
If Lucky were to take out a pocket watch from its chain and look at it, what time would it be?
It's probably 6-ish, 7-ish at this point.
About supper, about supper time, about hitting
5
there.
hours.
Mm-hmm.
How many hours did we establish that the stagecoach would be taking?
They said that it should be arriving in town about midnight.
So if we took off now, we would get there and we could meet in about in 3 hours.
Yeah, so
travel 3 hours.
Just from what the group collective knowledge would be of the area, if the carriage is coming from Fabled Fork, then it would almost certainly travel through an area known as Coalbox Canyon, particularly Coalbox Canyon Pass. And the main reason is that it's really the only clear pass to Thunder Ridge that a carriage could, or a stagecoach could travel through. If you're going on foot or on horseback, there's probably a couple of other options. But you would know that this is probably the path that this the stagecoach would be traveling. And as it so happens, there's actually a really narrow cut through as a part of Coalbox Canyon Pass that would be pretty ripe for setting an ambush.
I think, given my history, I might know something about that. So good.
Yeah, I would say so.
I want them to do their thing first. So.
Oh, I dropped it into the chat there. I got lucky. I got an 18, 19, 20, 20. Oh, sorry, 21 on insight, not 23. But I just was checking to see when you were talking about ghost internalizing, or were you talking about like something corporal or real or other people's ghosts?
I see what you're saying. So to clarify, right? What he means by that is that everybody in this room seems to have ghosts from their past that they want to attend to, right? Elias and I have one. The thought process in my head is that if we do this, it might draw them out because they'll see that we were successful where they failed.
Yep, no, I got it. I just wanted to check that one sticking point.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Don't know you that well yet, so I wanted to be like, what do you mean by ghost?
I mean, Listen, he might be oogie boogie and weird, but he's not like, it's not there yet. You'll see. Like if it comes up, you'll see what I'm talking about. But
Well, yeah, and you guys have been traveling with Saul for a while, so you know that like,
Yeah.
I'm a cute little furry thing, but I'm also scarred the fuck up and like milky eyed. Like Saul's seen some shit,
Mhm.
been through some things. And so that's why I was wondering when you were like ghosts, it's just like, wait a minute.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. I can't yowl. I'm a fox. It's like yip. Let's do that instead.
What does the fox say?
Me, just like the knights.
Sorry. I think that's what it said. I can't remember now. Yeah, so I think we get the ladies to cover for us. Oh, yeah, I guess last thing, but boys, Cessa's, well, Dusty can attest to this. Cessa's going to be no joke. Not going to be just gun on that. Not just going to be iron on that stage. So make sure we get ready this evening, pick up anything we need. 1 second. And then I'll lean my head out for the bartender.
It takes him a moment to finish, whatever business he's currently wrapped up in, but he looks that direction, and then spots you, raises a hand and smiles. You see, runs his hair back again, and then very quickly kind of shuffles that direction, kind of taking off his dirty apron and leaving it behind the bar.
Shit, I do believe he thinks we're courting him. Hell, these humans always misunderstand our emotion. Hello, Ellis.
But I was certain that you were.
That tracks.
Most people are when Soul takes a liking to them.
Just have a charming personality. I think people could think I'm cute and cuddly. Look at me.
Yes, sir. Was there something else I could help you with? I believe you wanted to sit down and have a little bit of a chit chat, a little chin wag.
I do. Some interesting things have popped up this evening. Lovely time.
Delightful to hear.
Yes, and I believe we've already reserved the rooms for the evening upstairs, correct? On the original agreement?
Yes, of course, sir. Of course, yes.
Of course, boys will need to. I of course, I don't know if you've noticed, I've taken quite the shining to that petite flower. That seems to be.
I might have noticed that Primrose caught your attention. Yes, sir, I did.
She's quite prim and proper indeed. So obviously, Prim is already going up and preparing for me this evening. We'll get the boys ready. We don't want to be disturbed for the rest of the evening. That's very important. Very important.
I understand. Again, discretion is the name of the game here, sir.
Well, I mean, don't mean to be impolite, but it's been such a long time since we've been in town, and I do think that, there's just a lot of pent up energy. So I don't know how discreet it would be. So you might be aware that we were up there all night. Yes.
Of course, sir.
Appreciate
Whatever happens behind the closed doors of here at the Queen's Block is, of course, your business, sir.
Oh yeah, totally. Side question: any adjoining rooms? Like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe we can get them.
You gotta raise an eyebrow.
Talk about it. Yeah. What?
Well, I'm certain that we could arrange some form of that, if you wish, sir.
Oh, lovely. I'm just gonna be frank, Ellis. Sometimes I like to watch. But aside from that, love your establishment. To put it bluntly, my friends and I are looking for a place where we might be able to establish some seasonal roots. We're not really the type who'll settle in for a long period of time, but when we're in town, we appreciate the finer things, quiet, decent opportunity for investment, chance to help our friends with any issues that might pop up, need, discreetly dealt with. And while I'm doing that, I will be just doing the evermost slight prestidigitation regularly, just waiting for it to catch his eye.
So for the rest of the evening, we will be indisposed. Should anyone new or interesting come to town, I'd love to talk about it with you in the morning, as well as any potentially business opportunities you might have. I would love to discuss more about, just some things the town might benefit from.
Well, what kind of business is it that you fellows are in?
Well, me, I'm import export.
I see. Acquisitions.
Occasionally, yeah, sometimes disposal.
I think I understand your meaning perfectly, sir. But
Yeah.
there may just be a future in us for a partnership.
Well, I do like friends. Loyalty, though, takes time. Takes time. I understand that. You're going to
Understood.
need to see from us certain returns on your investment and trust. We will need to see the same.
Well, anything that I can do to prove my gratitude towards you, I would be happy to. I would be happy to hear it.
Do you know what comes to mind right now? Like, I'm just going to say it. I feel like an ass for how we treated that lovely sheriff. I do. And I do believe that Penelope, Primrose, she's my Penelope now, my Primrose, mentioned that she could be quite a lovely woman when the tree's not stuck up her ass.
Well, you have to excuse Primrose's colorful language, sir.
Oh, I find it just cuts to the core of a topic. Yeah, so maybe, perhaps, I don't know your relationship, but if perhaps maybe she could be sent something as just a way to relax this evening and, way for we said, we're sorry, but should she need anything, look us up in the morning. We're gonna, well, as we said, we're gonna be indisposed this evening. We'd hate for anything to disturb her.
Well, I certainly can't do so, sir, but I would have to at least let you know that the sheriff, well, she doesn't particularly take kindly to bribes.
Oh, no, sir,
if that was the intention.
No, not at all. I need to find a way. I'm not from this town. I don't know local custom. My people are desert people. It's cold as fuck up here. Like
that it is, sir.
Seriously now. Speaking of which, I would love some warmer robes if you have any, perhaps.
I imagine that Prim has already started a fire in your room as well, sir.
Oh, I do. I hate to say this. Sometimes I partake in, vestiges and rituals that require me to air out a bit. I like to feel the moonlight on my flesh after certain engagements. I'll be wandering about some this evening, close to the property, of course, and discreetly. But I would just hate for anything improper to be seen.
Yes, sir. If you could use the back door for your comings and goings, that would be most appreciated.
I believe I will. That was already on the menu, but that's fine. Excellent. I think we're good then. I'll go ahead and just, for any sort of token of appreciation towards the sheriff you could show, not a bribe, not at all. I don't want this to be that way. I just want her to say, we're sorry we got off on the wrong foot. And would love to understand more. We actually are a very talented, law-abiding group of people. We have some personal interest, of course, but who doesn't?
Very good, sir. Perhaps maybe I could send over a bottle of Kiss of the Nymph. She does tend to like that.
Lovely. I'll write a quick apology letter. And I'll do something up in Elvish real quick. And just basically like, so sorry to have gotten off on the wrong foot. I know this isn't as good as you're potentially accustomed to. Looking forward to chatting in the future, blah, blah, blah. Stamp on it and send it that way. Signed, S. to May. and send it off with her. And then I think I've got what I need, gentlemen. I'm going to go retire, and if you would pick some ladies that you might want to come back to, or gentlemen, or pseudopodal beings, whatever it is out there that you prefer, plant-based life form. I don't want no judgment. I've seen things in the city, boys. I'll tell you, I'm no judgment, no. But why don't we meet in the out by the horses, I suppose, in a hour's time? Do we have an hour? By the way, I just made that shit up. So hopefully we have an hour.
I imagine
absolutely.
based on what we thought, it would be about 3 hours. Probably like what, 3 hours to get to where if we want to get to them before they get if we want to get to them before they reach town. So if they're gonna reach town at midnight and we wanted to reach them before they reach town because we don't want the sheriff to know what we're doing, we got to get there before they reach town.
Right. If the intention is to try to lay ambush at the place that I mentioned, Coalbox Canyon Pass, that's probably about an hour and a half ride outside of town.
Okay.
So you would definitely have time to be able to get there before midnight.
Cool. I say we do that.
Yeah. Sorry, Todd, there was something you were gonna say or ask?
It would be we don't want to be at if they're going to be all the way to town at midnight. We don't have all that. We don't have 6 hours. We have we want to be there. Yeah, like there's an hour and a half travel. So
yeah. So we probably got like an hour to plan and get provisions and stuff, and then head out.
Yeah. So take a half hour. Make it quick, boys. But the key is keep the ladies going all night. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And
fair.
Let's be fair, and then let's skedaddle on down to it.
They're plenty happy to be paid coin to sit there and rattle the headboards and make noise.
Yep.
I think in the half hour though,
the easy,
Saul's gonna definitely let Primrose know, I'll be back, whatever, dear, kind of stuff. But to have have her keep the girls in line of sorts. Be like, look, it's important. Like, they don't go out. That's why we have the adjoining rooms. Ladies, have a good time tonight. Enjoy. We'll be back later. And then I will probably coat my robes over in soot from the fire so that I can go blacked out for the evening.
I will ask Jeremy, is there a general store or like a doctor's?
Yes to both.
Okay. I would like to go and see about a doctor because I know that we do not have a healer among us. So if things get wrong and scrappy, we may not be able to protect ourselves the way we want to. So I will go out and I will find me a doctor.
That's an excellent point, Virgil. I'll arrange for the girls to have the doctor by in the morning also, should we need attention.
Amen. That's a good idea.
So am I to take your meaning, Chad, that you are after potions of healing?
I'm after potions of healing. I'm after medicine kits. I'm after whatever sort of bandage tonic nonsense, some snake oil, whatever it is. Give it to me.
I
could rob them, but I won't.
Because
God bless. I'm trying to keep on the up and up right now.
Okay, so healer's kit, basically, as much of it as you would like to buy, you can do so. They are 5 gold a piece.
Okay.
And each healer's kit can be used 10 times.
Excellent. Then I will get a round for each one of our boys.
And that stabilizes a creature that has 0 hit points without having to make a medicine check.
Okay.
And then roll me a d6, if you will, -1.
D6 -1?
D6 -1.
All right. Well, and I rolled a 5.
Okay. There are
That's
4
pretty damn good.
available potions of healing at the doctor's, and they are 50 gold apiece.
It's a pricey, spicy meatball, although I did not take very much of that 300 gold we started with. So you know what I will do? I will use that to buy those healing potions for the boys.
Saul's going to pay you back 50 because I think we're kind of all in
Sweet.
on getting this gold.
Yep. All right. Yep. I'll ante up.
Okay.
Get what I can, and
So
that'll
yeah, you
pretty
can-
much clean me out until Soul gives me back the 50.
Oh, I gave you the 50 already off my account, so
Yep.
you can
So
throw that
boom,
in.
boom.
Yep.
That's awesome.
And that's 1 healing potion, right?
We got up to 4, so yep.
Okay. I hope to hell I don't need one. But I'm hoping to stay back enough. We should probably do that real quick here now. Boys, we've had a few scrapes, had a few scuffles. Hell, sometimes we've even wrestled a bit. But we're gonna go in this prim and proper, like how do I put this? I am a delicate flower. I prefer to stay maybe bullets hurt, I think is the best way to put it. And I appreciate the fact you all don't seem to care about that, and that's amazing, but ow. So no, I'll be in the back. So I have a healing potion for whoever goes down. Should I go down? Shit. Like, see what happens, I guess. Like, I'm not that keen on, like.
And then Virgil will look at you and he will touch you on your shoulder. And you will feel this almost ominous chill to his touch as he wraps around the shoulder there. I got you. Don't you worry. You go down, I got ways to bring you back.
Not so sure. Back is where I want to be, but that's okay. We'll see. Play that now.
Don't you worry, Saul. I will not let you suffer.
Appreciate it, Dusty. Appreciate it. Well then, let's see if we can go get us some money and maybe turn this poor soul's life around.
Okay. So, is there anything else that anybody wants to procure or establish ahead of the moment where you may be able to jump the stagecoach?
Let's see. Guns, healing, magic's all up. I think I'm good.
We are planning on an ambush, right?
Yep.
Excellent. So I'm good up until whenever you're ready for us to say, like, if we get there early, what we plan to do.
Yeah, that is exactly what I would like to know.
Okay,
the next words out of my mouth are basically going to be, so here comes the thing.
I'm assuming it's a box canyon, you said, from the way it was, I think it was literally called.
Yeah. So there is a box canyon, and the place where you're ambushing this is kind of like so the because it's the box canyon, there's no way out of it on one side. So essentially what has to happen is this carriage has to ride up the side of one of the canyon wall, not the wall, but I mean, like a narrow ledge up the side of the canyon to then bypass it and get to where Thunder Ridge is. So
where it comes up, like where, like, you know, it's coming up into the area to sort of pull off, back down that way some, where they're pinned against the wall and not a great fall, and their carriage would have to back up or spin around, which I don't know how wide it is, right? I want to set. I'm going to go down and do a. How long does that last for? 8 hours. Awesome. So I'm going to go set a ritual cast alarm on a box in that area, so I know where they come. When they come up, I'll get alerted and I'll let everybody know. Right. So I get the mental alert, and I can pass that along via message to whatever group is coming up, that they're on their way up and that we're coming. So I'll go down and do that ritual cast, and then I am going to go back. So where like the only way that people could come from behind is coming from town, but I can still see down, and that's where I'm going to kind of like get tiny in bushes and hope that my bright white ass doesn't show.
And I want to go investigate and fly around the canyon and see if the menagerie is on the heels of the stagecoach, or see if there's any other things going on, and find a place to post up and be stealthy.
Okay. For any of you who are like aware of what this area is and know some of the local, lore and things of that nature, you would also know that the Box Canyon itself, the Coal Box Canyon proper, so this is the Coal Box Canyon Pass, the Coal Box Canyon itself is actually known for being a very dangerous place. It is a known thing that there is a creature that lives there that is called the Dragon of Coal Box Canyon, and it's generally avoided by most people. The pass is about as close as most people are willing to come. So with that in mind, you take flight, Elias, and you kind of pay more attention as to kind of like where the coach is going to be coming from, kind of further to the southwest. And especially being an owl, even though it has become dark, you're able to kind of see pretty well, pretty far in the dark, especially since snow has kind of fallen throughout the latter half of the day. It kind of gives a nice kind of white blanket to most of the landscape. And without a doubt, you can see a plume of snow being thrown up somewhat in the distance. Your guess would be from the stagecoach itself. However, you think that you might spot a rider coming from one of the other directions. That looks like they're intending on maybe intercepting, but it's a solitary individual on horseback.
All right. I'm going to see if I can get a better view of the solitary figure that's riding up. See if there's any identifying marks on them, or if I can place who they might be affiliated with.
While you're flying around, Elias, I'll go ahead and I will cast message to you so that you can then message me back with what you see.
Yep.
All right, boy. Your wings work, mine don't. So I'm going to need you to give me all the information you got out there.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do me a favor, Todd. Give me a roll. This would be probably history.
Let's see, history. Straight roll 15.
Okay. So you fly a little further that direction, a little lower to get a better a better view of what's going on. And the night is very clear. The moon is out. It's full. So it illuminates this kind of white blanket of snow that's kind of across the landscape. So visibility is not difficult at all. As you fly closer, you're able to pick out details on both the rider and the horse itself that undoubtedly denotes them as a Dorathian. So one of the First Nations people that live in the Caldera, one of the descendants of the ancient kingdom that used to exist here. Particularly, you have some knowledge that this individual looks like they belong to the tribe known as the Genghis. They are not overly aggressive to settlers. However, their warriors often will attack targets that are worthwhile, that would prove themselves to be fine fighters. They will challenge themselves, especially the younger individuals transitioning into adulthood, to kind of prove their worth or what have you, to their tribe. And from what you can tell, this looks like this might be one of these braves, one of these warriors. Looks to be probably a young man. Hard to really tell much beyond that.
Okay. I messaged that back to Virgil, and I'm partial to let him be for now and let him make his move. Might not be a bad idea to have his tracks and their fingerprints on this to some extent. If he's not affiliated with Menagerie at all or any backup for the stagecoach, I don't think I need to deal with him just yet.
Smart. Yep. Just keep an eye on him. Let's see what he does. If he gets in our way, then we have to deal with it then. But for now, he's just an extra distraction.
Yep. Cool. And then if that's all I'm finding, Jeremy, I'm going to post up 240 yards. Is that the range here I'm dealing with?
Probably feet.
Feet. So up in a tree, 240 feet.
Okay. From the place where where the intention is to ambush?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of trees to be found, so finding a perch up there would not be difficult at all.
Excellent.
Okay. Is there anything else that anybody wants to set up or establish before this coach gets closer?
I am going to use the power word energize, and my armor
You did
is
not.
going to... Yes, I did. And my armor is going to come out.
I love you.
In different,
Christ on a cracker.
in different pieces, and it'll form around him, and I'll take out my shield, and it'll be in my...
Is your shield shaped like a little
Iron
drum?
Man Power Ranger.
Like a drum.
Like a drum. Boom, 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 boom.
Nice. Jeremy, how many horses were her?
For the stagecoach?
Yeah.
It's a team of 6.
Okay.
The carriage itself, the stagecoach, looks like it's probably armored.
Okay.
Okay. So you all prepare yourselves, ready yourself for this ambush. Before long, you can hear the alarm go off that Saul set. And shortly after that alarm goes off, you hear the kind of the war cry of this brave echoing to you off of the walls of this box canyon, and shortly followed by the sound of gunshots, as you can hear the crack of the whip that is on the backs of this team of 6 that is driving this team of horses and pulling the stagecoach up around this narrow mountain pass with the moon full back behind them as they come around the bend at breakneck speed. You can see the Dorathian brave is riding on the side of the carriage, his knife in his teeth, as he is engaged in fighting with whoever is inside of the stagecoach itself. All right.
Cool.
Let's roll initiative. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh. Okay.
And I'm assuming I get a sneak attack anyways, since I'm
Since you're hidden, yeah.
Yeah.
You guys will also probably have a surprise round. I mean, they are actively engaged in fighting by the time that they get to you. But they don't know that you're there, and none of them are expecting a menage a trois here. So,
cool.
Okay, so let's see what we've got. Dusty's got an 11. Saul's got a 6. Elias has a 19. Virgil's got a 20. And Lucky's got a 17. Okay, I think that's everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So, the brave continues to climb on the outside. One of the individuals inside the carriage is kind of grabbing a hold of his shirt and is trying to basically shove him back off of the stagecoach. And the Dorathian is holding on to kind of like the luggage rack on the top of the stagecoach with one hand, and leans back with this guy's force, and reaches up quickly and grabs a hold of this knife. And you can see that this knife has like a beaded fringe that's kind of coming off of the bottom of it. It's kind of, waving in the moonlight. He grabs a hold of this and very quickly draws it across the forearm of this guy who's holding on to him, who lets go and screams, before the Dorathian then climbs on top of the luggage rack on the top of this carriage, and kind of positions himself a little more stable on top of this moving vehicle. Inside the carriage, you see a flash of like pale purple blue light that's instantaneous, just whoop, like kind of shines out from inside the stagecoach and then dulls down to almost nothing. Virgil, you're up.
Right. So, quick question for you. We're about how far away from the stagecoach?
I would say at this point, probably 50 feet.
50 feet. Okay. Well, that's good. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I suppose. Well, quick question. Jeremy, this is up to you. This is a discretionary thing because I realize it's a creature that you have to attack when you attack it with this spell. But since we are attacking a full-on stagecoach, I guess my question is, if I use Witch Bolt on a stagecoach, Witch Bolt, oh wait, no, it's Guiding Bolt. Never mind. It's Guiding Bolt that gives you the advantage. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, shit. I should have done that. I'm sorry.
I'm reading the spell wrong. I forgot Witch Bolt is not the one with the advantage.
For the future, yeah, for the future, remind me that I can scream and give you all advantage.
Oh shit!
I meant to do that at the alarm, and I fucking just blanked.
No, that's okay. I didn't know that was a thing. That's freaking awesome.
Yep.
But if that is the case, then you see that if we're 60 feet away, you see that he'll ride up, I think. Now, can I see them in the stagecoach? I could see the driver. Can I see anybody in the stagecoach outside of?
You can clearly see the driver, the Dorathian Brave, and the 6 horses. Anybody who's inside the carriage is obscured. Like, you could see movement, so you can tell that there are people in there, and you can tell that there are more than one person. There's more than one person in there. But
then I would
it's hard to target them.
I know it's getting closer, but that's the only way that I can do this, Jeremy. And I want to do this in this game because it's been fun, and I think it's about high time to do so. I ride up, and I'm going to ride up about 30 feet to get within 30 feet of the carriage. It's not as much damage, but damn if it's not fun, right? And I want to do fun. So I would like to invoke my gallow tree aspect and use the get a rope portion of that, and that being the thorn whip. So he would have to ride up about 30 feet to be able to hit. But what I'd like to do is I would like to basically, you see Virgil's hand, you see his eyes in this moment, you see him muttering something under his breath, and his eyes go milky white for just a second. And then out from just his claw, as if it's coming from his fingertips, as if it's coming from the claw itself, this hempen rope jettisons from his hand. This lasso jettisons from his hand, and he spins it in the air like Pecos Bill style, and then flings it forward at the driver. And I'd like to use the get a rope aspect of that.
All right. Is that you roll to hit, or is it a saving
I still have to roll to hit because it's basically I'm using Thorn Whip, but
okay, yeah.
I have to look at how you wrote it down, because it's different for the damage because of the way that it's written. So I'm looking at it right now. I need to make sure I put this in the. It says it creates a hempen rope. It deals bludgeoning damage instead of piercing, and additionally, when I reduce a hostile creature to 0 using the cantrip, I can immediately cast Thorn Whip again on another creature within range as a free action. So
okay. So then, the damage is the same as whatever Thorn Whip normally is.
And that's the thing is, it's only 1d6, but if I can hit correctly, then we'll be okay. And I'm really trying to just pull the driver off of the.
Okay, that was going to be my question.
Yeah. When I hit, I want to pull forward and pull him down off the coach.
Okay, so go ahead and roll your spell attack.
Okay, so that is
It'll be a d20 plus whatever your spell attack bonus is.
So that's going to be 15 plus 5. That'll be a 20 to hit.
Dirty 20 will absolutely hit this guy.
And then all I get is a d6, unfortunately.
Correct. Yeah,
for
yeah.
Damage.
At this level, at least.
Whap, whap. But I rolled a 1.
Okay.
But I still will grapple him, basically.
And So yeah, you whip out with this rope that ends in a noose. Your lasso kind of like tying around his ankle, kind of just above his like the place where his spurs kind of are, and tightens down on his boot, and you yank him out of the seat of the stagecoach. He hits the ground 10 feet closer to you. The reins to the horses still in his hands. And as he does so, he's holding on for dear life, trying to pull himself back up. Now kind of being dragged across the rocky dust-covered ground, or snow-covered ground. And unfortunately, as he has fallen this side and has these reins in his hands, he is also pulling hard to the left on these reins. And so these horses are starting to veer to the left, which is going to make them go up against the cliff wall, the part of this, the side of this that goes upwards in elevation. As you successfully do this and pull this guy towards you, there is a small bit of breeze that kind of kicks up, and on the wind, Virgil, you hear a familiar sound.
Do I take that as, I guess, Jeremy, my question is, do I take that as I need to stop what I'm doing?
No, you think that in the past, at least, that has seemed to indicate the approval of the Gallow Tree.
Oh, okay, perfect. I was under the impression that meant, oh no, this guy is also one of us. You should probably not attack him. But now that I understand that, now I get it.
You know that the Gallow Tree approves of a noose being tied around anyone, especially if it means that they meet their end, because they become added to the Gallow Tree. They become one of us.
Absolutely. Sweet. Okay. So yeah, I'm just going to take off in the direction and keep dragging him down this road. Otherwise, he's off the horse. The carriage is available. And that'll be my turn, because I think I only get that one action right now.
All right. Elias, it is your turn.
All right. I hate to do it, but I'm going to take a shot at one of the horses in the lead.
Okay.
You got my enhancement message, right?
Yep.
Cool.
I'm assuming that is within your range, etc., etc.
Yeah, I've got 240.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I was going to roll us back a little bit earlier, but I had intended to shoot when they came within range to begin with, but we are where we are. We're all good.
Fair enough. Okay.
Let's see. I get +8 to hit. So 16. 24.
Yeah, absolutely hits one of the horses.
Cool. All right, and that is 14 points.
All right. That will absolutely kill this horse. So, what is the intention here? What do you want to happen?
What I want to happen is to take out one of the lead horses and have them stumble over each other, or lead them away from the wall and off towards the edge. If they crash over, that's fine by me. We can pick up the gold.
All right. So this lead horse, there's this report that echoes, 6, 7 times off of the rocky walls of this canyon, and one of the horses just completely folds, goes down into the snow and the rock at its feet, which causes no shortage of chaos and mayhem amongst the rest of the horses. The horse immediately beside it stumbles with the sudden weight of the yoke kind of pulling it to the side, and attempts to compensate by trying to right itself the other direction. The other horses immediately behind it start trampling over this horse, getting caught up in the tack and the reins and everything that are kind of being pulled every which direction now. And the carriage basically runs into the back of the tack and the harness that goes forward between the horses, and comes to a very abrupt slowdown for how fast it was traveling before. The back end of this carriage, the stagecoach leaps up in the air, probably a good 30-degree, 40-degree incline. We'll see how this Dorathian Brave does here. This is going to be a dex save. Whoa. He goes flying up and over the team of horses and lands hard in the snow, some ways further forward of the gap. He is going to take some damage, and is absolutely prone as well.
I want to hit him with some healing if we decide that he's sticking around.
Okay, so he's sprawled out in the front. The people inside are all kinds of banged about as well. And let's see here. Okay, the stagecoach goes ass up, and as it starts to come back down, it starts to fall to the side. It lands on its side. At least one of the wheels breaks. You can hear whenever this hits the rock of this ledge that this stagecoach is made out of iron. It makes this loud clang as it hits the rock and starts to slide. And it's now probably a third of the way hanging off the edge of this cliff. And it looks like it's slowly heading more and more that direction.
How far of a fall is it?
Down into the box canyon, it's over 100 feet.
That might just take care of them for us.
I would like the money.
No, we can still get the money.
It
Lucky.
might be added to the dragon sword.
And there's that possibility as well.
It is your turn, Lucky.
How far is the stagecoach from last position?
So from where you set the ambush, it's about 50 feet. So it's more or less the same. It's probably just whereas before the ambush started, where it was about 50 feet before hitting you, it's now about 50 feet past you.
I guess I will. So I can run, dash, and then use my racial feature to jump and not provoke, because that's a bonus action. And so, well, running and dashing alone would get me 60, huh? Let's go. I'm just gonna run and jump for now, which will be
Where you headed?
hold. I'm gonna get 45 feet close, 30, 40 feet closer. And then so I'll be 10 feet away, and then I'll hold my action if I may.
Okay. Just gonna ready.
Yeah.
Okay. What trigger are you looking for? Like what do you want waiting for to happen?
You said the guy riding was fighting someone inside the coach, right?
Yes. Yeah, the guy, the Dorathian Brave that was on the outside was fighting with at least one of the individuals inside the stagecoach.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait and see, even though they just got rattled. I'm gonna see if they pop their head out or
Okay.
something.
Alrighty. So there's quite a lot of shouting that is happening from inside the stagecoach. Any of you who are nearby can undoubtedly hear that it is Unglarian, which is the common tongue, and there is no short amount of panic that is kind of ensuing inside. You can see that they are scrambling for the carriage door that is on the top of the carriage now, since it's on its side. And you can hear the rattle of keys as they are unlocking this stagecoach door. And it flies open fully to kind of like fall back onto the side of the carriage. And you see one of the individuals start to emerge from the interior of the stagecoach. Looks like maybe an somewhat elder human gentleman. Has kind of long hair, gray, has glasses, and is very well dressed. It looks like he's probably being hoisted up out of there by someone inside. They seem to be helping him climb out. Dusty, your turn.
Are the horses loose at this point?
All yeah. Roll me
like they're not stampeding anymore. 3.
Okay, so we're gonna say that the side that where the team is still intact, so the side where the lead wasn't killed, something happened where the middle of the yoke splintered and broke, and the 3 of them are free from the wreckage and they've trampled over the mayhem and the chaos and are running off free. So there's still 2 horses alive that are attached to the carriage, and then the third one that is dead.
And the stagecoach is kind of sliding towards the edge of this cliff, right?
Yes. Yeah, without any doubt. It's only a matter of time before it goes over.
I think Dusty wants to ride up quickly, assuming I can get that far, and maybe start trying to cut the lines not to disconnect the 2 remaining horses from the wagon, but to disconnect the dead horse from them, and see if he can't get them at least in the process of turning and pulling this away from the edge of the canyon here.
Okay. So riding up with one of your knives out, making a few quick cuts to the leather straps to kind of free the weight of the dead horse from them. Doesn't take too terribly long. It is going to take quite a concerted effort to try to get these other two horses calm. So I need you to make an animal handling check at disadvantage.
Also, it doesn't necessarily even have to be calmed. Just directing them away from the ledge. If you want any modicum of control over these beasts at all at this point, it's going to come down to the roll for sure. So I think what Dusty actually would do, rather than like control, is just if he can get them at least pointed away from the ledge and maybe either swing up onto the back of the last horse or maybe even just onto like the tack somewhere and just be ready to cut it once this is off the edge. I don't even have to have any control, but yeah, I can at least roll to get them direction. I'm not trying to like calm them and then coax them to pull it off. If I just got to use their momentum, I'll do that. But okay. Oh, okay. That's gonna be a 4 for animal handling. Okay. So yeah, these animals they're spooked. And getting control of them is definitely not going to be the way that this happens at all. So you kind of resign yourself to that being the fact and explore your other methods of, readying yourself basically to just cut them free once this thing, reaches the zenith of falling over. Okay. Saul, it is your turn.
Saul is very much interested at the gentleman who is being propped up. I guess I don't know how far away I am from them now. I was back a bit, so I don't know if I can see. I have 60 foot of dark vision, but if I can make out anything about them. I'm trying to just see if it's like, is this the assessor? Is he wearing anything that like flags them as that, or is he just some rich bastard who got stuck up in this and is about to get smoked?
So you are certainly able to get close enough for your dark vision to be able to see, again, the black and white kind of details of this individual. And judging by the way that he is dressed and outfitted, you are fairly certain that this is the assessor, that there's not going to be civilians who are traveling in this armored stagecoach.
Got it. I then am going to go ahead and we are not stemming the tide of it falling over, right? It looks like all intents and purposes Dumbledore's going for a ride.
Yeah. This might be Dumbledore's last hoorah. Unless something is directly and swiftly done, this stagecoach is going to go over.
Okay, I feel like I should do something.
You can see Dusty trying, but he doesn't seem to be having much success right now.
Got it. Oh shit. I would like to know if I can cast Shatter on the stagecoach itself behind Dusty. I don't want to take Dusty over. Like, Saul would 100% not want to do that. So if I have to just catch the edge of the stagecoach or whatever, but
what is the radius for Shatter?
It is 60 foot range with a 10 foot radius sphere.
10-foot radius. Okay. So yeah, you would probably have to incorporate like the front half of the stagecoach itself in order to avoid including Dusty in that.
Oh yeah. So I don't care if I only catch the back half of the stagecoach and a little bit of the ground under it. Like I'm just trying to get that thing. I'm trying to expedite gravity by
I see.
blowing the shit out of it.
I mistook. I thought you were trying to basically snap the front half of it off of where it was still connected to the horses. So now I understand. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I assume Dusty's going to cut him free, right? Like that's what we're seeing Dusty do.
Right
now, right? And I trust Dusty, and if I can't trust him, then I can sure as shit Misty Step. So figure it the fuck out.
Okay.
So then, yeah, I think we're gonna, because Dusty can't fall 100 feet. So shit. Heads up, Dusty, and I'll go ahead and cast that. So it's a Constitution save, but then inanimate objects take the damage also. So if he's in the range, he needs a con save, and it looks like it's a 13 is my spell save.
Okay. Is the intention to include the assessor in the radius of your spell?
I'm not opposed to it.
I just need to know whether you want to or not, whether you want him to make the save.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I can, like, he's not some young pope learning the trade. This is some self-righteous asshole looking dude. So yeah, I don't have any hard look. Like, I look at it and I don't see much chance to turn the tides. Meh. Gonna happen someday. Sorry, sir. Better me than what you're gonna find.
Okay. So one of the individuals who was in the back half of the coach, who was helping to lift him out of here, passed their saving throw. Obviously, the carriage will take full, and the assessor failed, so he'll take full as well.
Got it. So the shield spell. Yeah, my shatter, which I need to make sure I have cast and burn the right level spell. All right, that is 3d8. So you think I would have these ready? But I didn't. There we go. 15 on the die.
15 total?
Yep, that's because it's just, you don't add anything, right? So for spells.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, nope, just 3d8, 15. Good roll, actually, 753.
15, half rounded in the party's favor would be 8.
And the carriage takes that also, so.
Right. And the assessor, takes full of that as well. Okay. So this shatter spell goes off, and the iron that kind of reinforces the frame of the back half of this stagecoach just absolutely flowers open, almost like a firearm that's misfired. It just makes this horrendous screeching noise that again echoes off of these stone walls all around you. Luggage is flung out wide into the air high above Coalbox Canyon, where it very quickly starts to plummet far below. You can hear it peppering the treetops and things down below, knocking snow loose and branches. And one of the individuals that was on the inside of the carriage is now hanging on to a piece of the luggage rack, just kind of dangling outside of this blown open back half of the carriage. You can see blood kind of running out of his ears. The assessor, who is like halfway out of the hole, is blown backwards, so that he's kind of flat on his back on the side of this carriage. Likewise, blood pouring from his ears. They are all apparently still alive. However, they're not going to be going anywhere super fast. Well, aside from down, maybe. Okay.
Oh, and then as a bonus action, I am going to let out so apparently foxes can scream. It's one of the sounds they can make, but I'm like to, for flavor, especially with the past, I'd like it to be like this. Imagine like the Aztec death whistle, but like way too high pitched, where it's just like almost like the Small World ride screaming its head off, like, as it screams through on that portion. That's the flavor for the racial trait of draconic cry. So
okay, nice.
Any enemies within 10 feet of me, I'm assuming, I don't know how close I am to them, I guess. I have movement, so I'd probably move in then to the last 10 feet. Or within as close as I can and scream. And then until the start of my next turn, all allies have advantage on attack rolls against the enemies that could hear me. I get 2 per long rest.
Okay. Yeah, so I think you could probably get close enough to include probably the assessor and anybody who's still left within what remains of the carriage.
Awesome. Thanks. That's my turn.
Do they need a saving throw or anything?
No, it's actually really overpowered feeling, it seems like, for kobolds. As a bonus action, you let out a cry within 10 feet enemies until the start of my next turn, and me, and my allies have advantage on attack rolls against enemies that could hear me. You use this 2 times per long rest.
Nice. Okay.
I get that in message. Woo.
This horrifying scream emits from Saul, again, echoing just for an eternity off of the walls of this canyon all around you.
Feel like he's saying that for a reason.
Both of the individuals, again, even though they're already bleeding from the ears, now kind of like try to clap their hands over their ears. Easier for the assessor than it is for the individual who's using one of his hands to hold on for dear life. Okay. The assessor, let's see. The assessor kind of sits up a little bit, holding the sides of his head, kind of looks around just long enough to kind of realize that this place is just not where he wants to be. Like, this is no good situation. Kind of sees the cliff that he is rapidly, like, getting ready to plummet towards. He begins to mutter to himself and move his hands in somatic gestures. And when he completes this casting, he disappears. Anybody who wishes, who has an eye on this, can roll Arcana if they'd like.
Yes, indeed, I would like to roll Arcana. If you do not mind. That does sound like a plan.
Arcana.
Ooh, big money, no whammies. Okay, I got an 18 on the die. Plus 2, that'll be a dirty 20. Hot damn. Actually, Jeremy, if you'll allow it, because I know it's not my turn, it's technically going to be my turn next turn, right? So if you'll allow it, okay. Never mind, I'm proficient in this, so never mind, it doesn't work. I have a skill called Borrowed Knowledge, or I have a spell called Borrowed Knowledge. It allows me to take a proficiency in something that I'm not proficient in, but because I'm proficient in Arcana, never mind. I read the spell and I was like, oh yeah, that'll work. No, it won't work.
Fair enough. Okay.
But dirty 20 for me as well.
Okay, so Saul has got a 20. Virgil's got a dirty 20. Both Laz and Elias got an 18. Are you abstaining from rolling, Dusty?
Yeah, I think Dusty's worried about the horses and this carriage falling off the cliff.
Perfect sense. Absolutely.
Dusty is surrounded by Arcana experts, and he's just like,
he's just doing his thing.
Don't mind
I got
me,
a knife.
I've got a knife.
it's the classic fighter in the group where he's just like, wow.
You guys are a bunch of witches. I'm over here with a knife. Never mind. Bye.
So the four of you who are paying attention, every single one of you recognizes the casting of this spell. He cast teleport.
All right. What's the range on that?
Let me see. Probably pretty decent.
I'm going to put my head on swivel as soon as I realize that it's teleport and start looking in the range of.
Okay, so the destination you choose must be known to you, and it must be on the same plane of existence.
Yeah, it's like 300 feet. It's like ridiculous.
No, it's
it's anywhere on the
on
plane.
the same plane.
On the plane, yeah, anywhere on the plane.
He's
could
back
literally
home.
have gone forever. Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It's a decent.
It's
spell.
it's
seventh
pretty
level.
high up there. It's a 7th level spell.
Did I recognize the dude?
Possibly. Roll.
Just shoot him.
Roll a. God, what would this be? Probably. Well, no, it's like a personal history. I don't know. Roll percentile. And would you like high for success or low for success? Before you roll, obviously.
Let me roll first and find out.
No, I don't think so, sir.
I'm traditionalist. We'll go high for success.
High for success. All right.
That is a 67.
Okay. So he looks familiar to you. You think that you may have seen him once before, but there is not a name that comes to mind. So
all right, Dan.
You're fairly certain that you have crossed paths with him at some point. Back east, for sure.
I shall dwell on this. Hopefully he did not take the money, but he could. That would suck.
Virgil, you're up.
Well, hell. All right. Currently, are there any hostiles still in the area around us?
There are still two individuals who are on the coach, one of which is dangling out the back side of it. The other one is trying to scramble out the open door on the top of it. The Dorathian Brave has gotten to his feet and is taking stock of things and is starting to run after one of the horses that broke free. Your guess is probably to get out of here.
Okay. Well, to one of the stagecoachmen that are trying to get out, you see that Virgil just looks at this mess that's now happened. And the fact that the assessor has teleported somewhere that they have no idea where he might be, that's disturbing to him. He just mutters under his breath and just, God damn son of a bitch, magic. And he will look at what I'm assuming is just like the guard or the soldier that is in the stagecoach with him.
It's a gun hand of some kind.
Yeah. And he'll just, not even taking a gun, but he'll aim his fingers, he'll aim his talons at the man. And from that, he'll fire off an eldritch blast, like right at the face when he can see the eyes of the guy.
Yeah, he like clambers part way out and reaches towards you. Help me! Help me! And your Eldritch Blast goes off.
Catches him square in the face because I rolled an 18 on that die.
No, it certainly will.
And then let's see, holy shit. Okay, cool. I'm happy about that. It's a D10 plus. All right, not great damage because my D10 decided to be shit, but 5 damage. As
5 damage.
That Eldritch Blast, like, bang, shoots him square between the eyeballs.
Yeah, this catches him right in the face. He rears back, calling out in pain, but he is absolutely still alive for the moment. Elias.
All right. Can I see the gold at this point?
Roll a perception check for me.
17.
Okay. You have to kind of move around towards where the back of this carriage is, and you are fairly certain that you see what looks like an iron strongbox that is on the floor of the carriage, which would be, typically the side of the carriage, but it is sliding towards the rended open back side of this carriage.
Okay. I want to, assuming that I won't get in range of an attack for whoever is on the ass end of the carriage at this point, I want to fly over the canyon edge and take my hempen rope and see about attaching it to the strong box, and we'll go from there.
Okay. So yeah, trying to find purchase on the carriage to the point where you'd be able to tie this up is certainly doable, but it absolutely would put you within reach of the individual who's hanging on the back of the carriage.
I could just perch on him.
you certainly could. Do what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay. So you take off, kind of dive down, come back around in flight, and you land on this guy, and he groans under the strain of your weight added to his own. And let's see if he's got what it takes to hold on. Okay. He just rolled a 20. So he has a death grip on the bar of this luggage rack. You think you might even see like the flesh of his palm like turning white, how hard he is holding on. And he cries out whenever you kind of land on him, and you start tying this rope to the handle, one of the handles of this strong box. And as you do so, he tries to reach out and grab a hold of your ankle. I imagine you have kind of like bird feet. Yeah. So like kind of right at the where your toes kind of all splay out, he grabs a hold of that, and he's trying to hold on to you for dear life. He lets go of that bar that he's been holding on to and doubles up on your ankle, trying to hold on to you. So
Okay.
I think we're going to count that as a grapple.
Okay.
So he'll roll. You can roll either athletics or acrobatics.
Oh, it's definitely going to be acrobatics.
Okay.
That would be a 19.
Okay. You got a 17. So apparently this guy I don't know, he rock climbs or something. He has incredible hand strength. He grabs a hold of your ankle, and you can feel like he's got like a dead grip on you. However, you're able to take your other foot and basically just rake it down the side of his hands, and he howls in pain and lets go, and you can watch his eyes just open wide as he then falls down into the darkness below you. All right, you tie that off. Lucky, it is your turn.
Was that the last of the threats other than the Brave that seems to be taking flight?
There is one more individual who is halfway climbing out of the carriage who just got hit in the face with Eldritch Blast.
Oh, excellent. I'm going to charge up this brute fist of mine, kind of like someone else you might remember, and I'm going to come up and so I have the Thunder Gauntlets, and I'm going to use a bonus action of, we're going to call it Thunder Fist instead of Booming Blade, but it's the
Okay.
same thing, so we're gonna drop that on him.
So are you climbing onto the side of the coach to get to him?
Yeah, sure. I'll like swing downward onto him from up there.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and roll your attack.
All right. Something weird because it's my fist. I'm gonna use my point of inspiration.
Okay.
Much better. 21.
Absolutely.
And then a lot of thunder damage. I think it's 2 of these. 12 thunder damage.
Whew.
And then booming blade effect. So if he chooses to, if he tries to attack anyone other than me, he'll be at disadvantage because of the thunder gauntlets. And then booming blade, if he tries to move willingly, he's gonna take more damage.
Okay. So you clock him in the jaw with this fist. You see blood kind of like spatter in like an arc along the inner wall of the carriage that now forms the floor because it's on its side. You're pretty sure a tooth must have come out with it because something hits the paneling on the inside of this carriage, the stagecoach, and kind of rattles until it hits the window and then falls into the darkness below. Okay. He reels back and he reaches down and grabs a hold of his shotgun and basically just points it straight up at you and is going to fire. So shotguns work a little bit different in Caldera. They are a cone effect. So you are melee range, so you are definitely within the closest part of that cone. What is your armor class?
20.
20? Okay, he just rolled a 19, so without a doubt he's going to hit. Okay, so he hit. You're in the closest range band, so that the way that this normally works is the furthest away is called peppered range, which is a d6. The next band of 20 feet is called the prey range, and that's 2d6. You are in the point blank range, which is all 3d6. So you're going to take 9 points of piercing damage as this shotgun blasts. And he is going to try to take the opportunity of you getting shot to scramble out of this stagecoach and make his departure. So he is invoking whatever happens whenever he willingly moves. In addition, he is also leaving engagement with you without taking the disengage action.
All right.
I don't know if both of those take your reaction or if only one of them does.
The booming blade took my bonus, which was it's just a spell and it just lasts for the 1 round.
And then him moving and invoking damage is just an automatic thing, right?
Yeah, he'll take 1d8 thunder damage.
Okay, so go ahead and roll that.
7. And then I get an attack of opportunity.
Correct.
My tower. I believe that's 15.
A 15 is only going to glance against his like reinforced duster that he's wearing. He's got studded leather. So that kind of scrapes against the back of his duster as he scrambles free, falls to the ground, rolls, stands up, and starts to try to basically just run to get away. He's not going to get very far, just based on action economy. But he is free of the carriage, which is really all that he was concerned with. Dusty, it's your turn.
Dusty would like to. Well, I guess I should ask first how far away this guy is from Dusty, roughly.
You're on the back of the horse. I mean, he's within 20 feet of you.
All right. I would like to chuck a couple of blades at this guy. One with my regular attack and then one with my bonus action attack.
Okay. Hurl away.
Ooh, the highest is gonna be 14. Yeah, 14.
No, you quickly whip one right after the other, but both of them kind of sail past him as he's kind of rolling in the snow, trying to get his feet under him. And you watch as they bury themselves into small little snowbanks on the side of the trail. Ineffectual.
Did you roll those with advantage?
Oh no, I did not.
Because of the scream. That's right.
Yep. So it sounds like one of them missed.
Oh my god. It's 2 nat 20s.
Holy shit.
Too, huh?
2 nat 20s.
Yeah, you would have.
Amazing.
Okay. That is a definite different story. Okay. So go ahead and roll max or crits for both of those. The way that we during crits is it's going to be your maximum dice damage plus all of your modifiers. And then you roll your dice and add your modifiers a second time.
Okay. That's gonna be 9 for the first one plus another 3. And you said add modifiers again or no modifiers?
So yeah, if you would normally add the modifiers, then you would add them a second time.
Okay.
So I know with your
17
second
with the
attack
first
that
blade.
you might not get modifiers on that one.
Yeah.
So what'd you say, 17?
17 with the first blade.
With the first, holy shit. Okay.
And then for the second one, it is 6 plus another 9 for the second blade.
Okay. Yeah, tell me what it looks like whenever you kill this guy as he gets up and tries to run off.
I think that Dusty saw, kind of heard this commotion going on with the Thunder Fist, and that's what kind of drew his attention to turn around on the back of this horse. And he saw the shotgun blast go off, and then saw this guy climb out of the carriage and like go to jump off the back of the carriage and take off. And that's when he just he grabs one from his bandolier and grabs that ornate knife from his side and just whips them both out together. And they just go sailing like just over the top of each other and hit simultaneously, just in the guy's back. And that's what actually knocks him kind of off the carriage. But as soon as that they both bury into his back and he goes kind of sprawling forward, the bone handled knife just vanishes and it's back in Dusty's hand. And all you see is the one, just a flat blade knife sticking out of the guy's back.
He collapses face first into the snow, no longer moving. The carriage continues to slide with that scraping noise of metal against rock, as it eventually kind of reaches that zenith where its weight is just too much over the fulcrum of the edge of this cliff, and it goes over, snapping the wooden beam that connected it to the horse teams that kind of were leading it. Dusty, you're kind of like, almost thrown off the back of this horse as they are now released from this immense weight, and they charge forward trying to get away from all of this chaos. The metal stagecoach collapses over the side and sails silently through the air for several long seconds before it crashes with enormous noise down through these snow-covered trees, these pine trees and things down beneath, finally crashing into a crumpled heap onto the rocks far below in this box canyon. We look to see that Elias has this rope in his hand, and at the end of this rope dangles this iron box that is probably 2 foot by a foot by about 8 inches deep. Elias, this is a very heavy box. So very quickly you're forced to fly back over where you can land and relieve yourself of the weight of this thing. And that's where we're going to end tonight, I think. The Dorathian rides away unless anybody is intending on stopping him. He no longer wants any part of this situation whatsoever. So he is going to take off on one of those horses.
Is he within message distance?
What is the range on message?
Pretty sure that's like
120 feet.
120 feet, yeah.
Yeah. If you basically did it right away.
Yeah, I think I haven't run my action for this turn yet, so I think then for my action I'll just message to him, and I have comprehend languages up also from the other earlier. Yeah, I'll just message him and be like, basically, it's a damn shame that creature did to that stagecoach. Damn shame. And just let it go, basically giving him that mental image of it's a shame what happened here with that creature.
There is no response whatsoever. All you hear is his, whipping this horse, getting it to ride faster and faster away from this situation. Yep. And that's where we're going to leave our 5 heroes? ? So yeah, I know we ran just a little bit over time. I apologize for that, but this was a fantastic start to this campaign. I'm thrilled that everything went how it went. I hope that this was entertaining. I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can say anything else that they would like to say before we call it an evening. So we're going to start in reverse order with Other Chad.
I know that guy. I've known him my whole life, all 39 years. Anyways, that was pretty cool. That was pretty fun. Welcome to Caldera, folks. If you are joining us and you viewed this at any portion, thank you for your time. Thanks for riding along with us. I'm eager to find out what Elias got in his box. What's in the box? And looking forward to some more shenanigans. Um, and what else could I say? Stagecoach right off, robbery right off the bat, like ye fucking ha right there. So that checks off a box right there, I think, on episode 1. So that's pretty cool. So that's all I'll say. Check out Jeremy's other stuff on his channel. If you haven't seen that, and like you're like, oh, I want more, and we're not gonna be here for another month. So check out something else over there. He keeps saying Elias, and I was Elias in a little mini thing with him, and I keep thinking, oh, it's my oh no, that's not me right now. And yeah, just a pleasure, guys. Thank you very much. It's a blessing.
Absolutely mutual, Chad. Thank you, man. Yeah, your character's name Laz, and I play in a game Thursday night where my character's name is Laz. So it's definitely it's thrown me off a few times, but so I definitely get what you're saying. Yeah, man, this was just an absolute blast. I'm glad that I'm really, really happy with how everything went. So yeah, I can't wait to the aftermath. I'll just say it that way. All right. Next up, we have Glenn.
Hey, that's me. No, great night. Really looking forward to this. Definitely different vibe from the last group. Like same group of people for the most part, plus a few others, but different approach to things. I'm very happy with it. Looking forward to it. Thanks for indulging us this evening. Appreciate it, Jeremy.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I love doing this. This is what I want to be doing. So the fact that I have the opportunity to be able to do that for all of you is, well, I'm over the moon about it. So thank you for the opportunity. All right, next up we have Todd.
This was fun. This is a very different tone than the last game. Last game was also very fun. This is just a different tone. Thank you for running this, Jeremy.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I'm very happy to know that even just after one session, that you can already tell a difference and feel a difference in the setting and the genre and the tone of things. That's definitely something that I try to do, is to give a lot of aesthetic to the games that I run. So knowing that it feels very different than the Cyberpunk game that we ran, it makes me very, very happy. So thank you. All right, next up we have Nathan.
Thank you, Jeremy, again for running this game for us. Thank you guys for allowing me to join y'all's group that y'all kind of already had going, and you were already you guys already had camaraderie. I know I've played with Chad, Virgil before a few times. It's always a pleasure. And I've played with the other Chad at least once before. Also was a pleasure. When I get a chance to be in a Jeremy game, I try my best not to say no. And it just fortuitous circumstances happened to just mention the fact that I was really looking to play something else in Caldera. Just kind of offhand to Jeremy, not really expecting like to have a game ready. Just kind of I was literally just kind of like, hey, if you ever decide to run something in Caldera and you need a player, just let me know. And he was like, just so happens we just finished up a campaign and the group wants to keep going. Let me see what happens. So this, I mean, I feel lucky to be that it worked out that way, to be able to be playing in Caldera. And I'm definitely playing a much different character than the first time I played in Caldera. I was very much a white hat cowboy, straight shooter type of person in the first Caldera. So this is pretty interesting, and I'm glad to have just I feel like we've explored a lot of our characters already, but I also feel like we've just barely like put our feet in the water in this. And I love the fact that We're all getting to know each other's characters that don't have connections. But it doesn't, but because the gang's been together for a short amount of time, we're getting to know each other in a way that doesn't feel like we're all brand new to each other. And this group's made that possible.
Yeah, I'll echo that. It's nice to be able to kind of jump past that getting to know you phase, as far as like the in character getting to know you, and kind of using some of the, oh, we've done this before, wink wink, nudge nudge, and even though you as players may not understand the dance yet, that your characters already do, and kind of discovering that in a meta sense, like for the first time as a player, but knowing that your characters are doing the same thing again. The best example I can think of is we played in a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, which obviously the four of them have been together since they were born. And us as players, it was just a one-shot, so we had to pretend like we had been doing all of these things all along. So very similar kind of situation, and I love that as a player. I think it's a lot of fun, and it's very entertaining as a DM to sit and watch that unfold, and see how and where all of you choose to make those bridges to establish those connections and ties. Yeah, so I'm very, very excited. I am thrilled that we've already had the opportunity to pull a couple of hooks from some of the backstory stuff that I got from some of y'all, to kind of get you invested in what's going on and deeply involved. So yeah, like I said, I cannot wait to see the fallout of all of this. So all right, last but certainly not least, we have Chad.
I won't take up a lot of time. Genuinely love this group. This game is gonna be nuts. I mean, I feel like Nathan said, I feel like we just barely dipped our toe in tonight, but it was such a worthy and well worthwhile game. I already love all of these characters. I cannot wait to see what we get up to, how we get up to it. And I love the fact that we're kind of not villains, but not not villains, but not anti-hero. Like I don't know what we are yet. And I love that. I love that we could be the villains of this campaign. We could be riding the rails of good and bad, and we could end up being white hats. Who knows? But that's the joy of it. And I'm so excited for it because I don't know nearly what I want to know about all these characters yet. So if you're invested in this, if you love this, if you loved what you saw tonight and you want to keep watching, this campaign is going to keep going. And I'm very excited to see where it goes. Jeremy, thank you once again for running this game and just being not only a wonderful friend, but a wonderful storyteller. You do it every time, and gosh dang it, I love you, buddy.
I appreciate it, Chad. Thank you, man. I love you too. Yeah. Everybody, thank you very, very, very much for agreeing to play this game, for choosing Caldera, for choosing me to run this game for you. It honestly, yeah, it's the best thing in the world that I get to do this. Thank you for being great players, for bringing wonderful characters, and giving me plenty of stuff to play around with. I cannot wait for some of the stuff that is already planned, and I cannot wait for the stuff that is going to surprise me, that you all come up with. So I'm looking forward to the next time that we can get together and play Session 2. All right. We're going to go ahead and put a cap on this thing. If you watched with us this evening, whether you were live or you watched this at some point down the road, thank you very, very much. It is amazing to know that there are people out there who get entertainment from us just goofing off and having fun. It means the world to me. So if you did enjoy what you saw this evening, the algorithm here on YouTube really does appreciate if you do the things like subscribe, hit the bell, share the link around with your friends, talk about it, send them over here. If you want, you can find me on startplaying.com. You can find the link in the description. You can find my Ko-Fi also in the description, or you can click the little widget thing above. I love what I do, and I love all of you. So thank you very much for making it possible. The last thing I'm going to say is kindness is a free action. It costs you... Kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be nice to someone, even to someone who stutters. And it could make the world of difference to someone. And if it costs you absolutely nothing and it can make a world of difference to someone else, why not be nice? The world could certainly use more of that in it. So, all right, we're going to get out of here. Everybody, I hope that you have a fantastic rest of your week. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.